So before I get into this, I need to throw a disclaimer out there that I was 18 years old when this event took place. I've never done hard drugs in my life. I don't drink alcohol. And I started smoking weed when I was 22. Also, there were 3 other teenagers with me that night who were also sober and witnessed this as well. So my friend and I were hanging out with 2 of her guy friends on a Friday night after school. And the plans were that we were going to have a sleepover at my friend's house. We were just hanging out around town, nothing much to do in a small Georgia town, but walk around town square, go to the trails. Well, after shooting the shit for a couple hours, we got hungry. We ordered a pizza for pickup. We got the pizza and drove to a pretty quiet neighborhood where one of the guys lived. The neighborhood was tucked away pretty good into the forest, so it was really quiet and really dark in that area. As we were sitting outside eating pizza, using the hood of the car as a makeshift table, I looked up and I saw what looked like a large pitch-black mass, one that resembled a primate in shape and movement, swinging high in the trees. They were a good 800 feet away from us. Even from that distance, in the night, it looked so huge. But that made no sense. We live in a small town in Georgia. There's no large primates here. I alerted everyone to this figure in the trees, and we were all baffled and amazed at what we were seeing. I remember just having this sense of dread washing over me as I looked at this figure, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then it seemed like it noticed us. We couldn't see any distinct features, and the figure was pitch black, but somehow, you just knew it was watching you. Suddenly, this shadow, ape-like figure stood tall, and you could almost see it shifting before your eyes. It began to resemble something more closely the shape of a large man. He was holding on to a branch with one arm, just staring at us with unseen eyes. Everyone was frozen, so still and so quiet. It seemed like the sounds of the night froze in place with us. We were just transfixed on this dark figure in the trees. Then this creature crouched over, and as it did, its shoulders seemed to stretch impossibly higher, reaching over its head. All of us were in shock and terrified at seeing this, maybe a little in denial as we were seeing what was defying any logical explanation, because you want this to make sense. And then this creature's shoulders, for the lack of a better word or better way to explain this, they seemed to grow into these huge wing-like shapes. Then this dark figure jumped off the branch and flew off. It soared, I guess. I knew what I was seeing was real, because when that happened, we all ran to the car without talking, just screaming and running as fast as possible. We sped away from there. We were all freaking out, trying to find any logical reason, something that could explain what we'd just witnessed. But there was nothing. Needless to say, no one slept that night. We were all too terrified that maybe that thing followed us back to my friend's house. I should mention this was back in 2010, so I didn't have a good camera phone to capture whatever we saw back then. Even now, I don't know that it's the first thing I would think of, though. It was crazy. I was up north, far north British Columbia, Canada, working in an oil rig, camped out in the woods. I was working as a cook. I went out one afternoon for a smoke on the back deck. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was really quiet, still winter day. It was snowing, those kind of big snowflakes, the ones that make it look like everything's moving in slow motion. So as I was standing there smoking, just staring off into the distance, not looking at anything in particular, looking left, right, up and down, whatever, I felt something looking at me. And then I looked straight ahead. About 30 or less feet in front of me was the tree line of the forest, and directly in front of me, in between 2 trees, I see the most gigantic wolf I've ever seen. This thing was sitting, looking like it was the size of a man standing. It was massive, sitting there and just staring right at me. We locked eyes, and then I looked away for a split second. I looked back and it was gone. I don't know. It gave me the weirdest feeling though. It was definitely looking at me like, hey, I see you. I could eat you, but I won't, and disappeared. It's something I'll always remember. In the 80s, my late friend Ariel went camping to the desert, to the Mapimi Silent Zone, which is famous for being the place where a lot of UFO sightings happen. One night he was sleeping in the sand, under the stars, and suddenly he woke up. He saw in the horizon some strange lights. He took out his binoculars to see what was happening, and then he felt the sudden feeling of danger. A voice came into his head and said, "You don't belong here. Get out." He gathered his stuff and ran away. He used to love to camp in the desert, but he never went back there. Until his death, he told his friends lots of interesting and fun stories about his travels. But that incident made him feel scared, in spite of all the years that had passed. My mom doesn't like driving on the highway, so when I was a teenager, we'd take the back way when visiting my grandparents. There was one town that we'd always pass through that gave us the creeps. It was really small. No grocery store, no gas station, just some houses, a church, a community center, all surrounded by woods. A lot of main roads went near it, but not through it. It was the kind of place that people didn't really pass through. We never saw anyone on the street. Occasionally, you'd see a shadowy figure peeking out from a porch, but that was it. There was a huge park with a nice-looking playground that we never saw a single child at. If vampires were real, this is definitely where they'd live. Once me and my mom decided to drive down a side street in this town just to see what was there. We came across a car repair shop, which was weird because we never saw any cars. As soon as we approached, this guy came out. His face was not the shape of a normal human face. It was kind of lumpy. Obviously, some people have facial deformities. Nothing scary about that, but there was something so unsettling about this guy. He stormed out and then just stopped and stared at us with the angriest look I'd ever seen. It didn't help that this was the only human we'd seen outside in a town we'd driven through dozens of times. We quickly noped out of there, never explored that side of the woods again. I have quite a few experiences I can't explain, but this one happened just yesterday. I was looking out at the mountains. I live on another mountain, so it's a great view. I was looking from my window when I saw some people walking down the side of one. Very clearly humanoid figures. I watched them for a little while before going to paint, and I suddenly realized that for me to have seen them that clearly from so far away would mean that they needed to be huge. I rushed back over, but I didn't see them again. That's not the first time something similar has happened since I moved here either. As crazy as it sounds, I'm starting to think that there's giants in these mountains. Update. I swear I saw one again today. Only one this time. Looked like it was wearing some kind of backpack or bag. My mom was there. She said she saw something, but couldn't tell what it was. When I was growing up, my dad would take me on camping trips every summer. When I was 17, he took me on a special graduation trip that was supposed to be 2 full weeks of deep woods camping. It took a day and a half just to reach our site. We got set up and slept in our separate tents. An hour before dawn, I woke up needing to pee, so I walked a few feet into the brush. I found a place to squat. While doing my business, I heard something behind me slithering through the grass. I jumped to find a king cobra emerging from the brush that I was just sitting next to. I know. We don't have those in the U.S. I know. Yet, here we are. It stood up. It raised its hood. It was a cobra. Its head was almost up to my chest. All I could do was back away slowly. It didn't move an inch, just stared at me until I was out of sight. Only then did I turn and run the rest of the way. My dad didn't believe me. I knew how it sounded, so I let it go. A few hours later, we were fishing, and he got to see for himself. He nearly lost his pole when he noticed it on the opposite bank. Again, just staring. It looked even taller than it had the previous night. Dad took out his pistol, hoping to at least scare it off, but the snake dove into the river before he could fire. We didn't like not knowing where it went, so we headed back. By the time we were eating our day's catch, the cobra was back. It positioned itself just outside our campsite, but this time its head was only a foot or two off the ground, like it was trying to be stealthy. I'm no snake expert, but I'm not unfamiliar with them either, and they don't stalk people. I don't care what kind of snake it is. They want nothing to do with humans. If you don't threaten them, they don't threaten you. The only thing we could figure is that some collector had released this thing into the wild, and we must be in its territory. My dad tried to shoot it, but missed, and the snake shot back into the woods. We made sure to stay zipped in our tents until dawn, and then packed up our gear. There were plenty of other spots to set up that weren't encroaching on Cobra land. We followed the river down for half the day and found a nice clearing. This way we could make it back to the truck without the extra overnight when the time came, which we still expected to be over a week away. But that night we saw it again. At first we heard something big moving through the trees. We thought that it was a deer or maybe a boar, so we got up with the flashlights. The noise stopped instantly, like whatever it was had frozen in its tracks. We circled the perimeter twice, but didn't see anything, so we got ready for bed. Around 3, I woke up to something heavy walking through our camp. I figured whatever we scared off before was back, with its own territory beef, but it was so close to my tent, I didn't want to startle it by poking my head outside. Instead, I waited for it to wander further away. Then it stopped, and a few seconds later, I screamed as my dad's gun went off. It scared the absolute crap out of me. I knew something was wrong. We'd never actually had to shoot anything before. Just as my hand touched the zipper, my dad yelled for me to stay inside. I heard him walk around the campsite. He wouldn't answer any of my questions until he was finished, and even then, he wouldn't let me come outside. He had seen the snake and decided it was time to get out of the woods altogether. We planned to leave in the morning, but I didn't understand why he wouldn't just go into his own tent, where it was safe. Even if there was some kind of freak, rabid, horror movie snake, it wasn't going to use a zipper. Yet he insisted on standing guard. As soon as the sun started coming up, we were packing. I never seen my dad so scared before or since. His hands were shaking as he took down the tents, but he wouldn't talk about the snake. I was so thrown off by everything that I'd completely forgotten that something big had been lurking right next to me when the shot went off. I didn't remember until we were back in the truck and well onto the main road. That's when my dad finally came clean. The big thing had woken him up too, and unlike me, he didn't actually see it. He undid his flap just enough to see a large, dark, humanoid figure bent over my tent, like it was looking for an opening. Then he watched in horror as it shifted into the cobra, almost like a humanoid shadow, melting and dissolving until only a snake remained. When he fired, he was certain he hit it, but it shot back into the woods, completely unaffected. I don't know what the hell that thing was, but I think it's safe to say we still don't have king cobras in the United States. This summer, I came home from my first year of college, which involved a 3-hour flight. Keep that in mind. Back in January, I began seeing a black, shaggy dog all over campus. The first time was when my roommate and I were walking back to our dorm kinda late. The dog was sitting in the middle of the walkway. It looked hungry, so I gave it my pizza crust. After that, I started seeing him everywhere. If I looked out my window before bed, he would be just inside the tree line, looking up at me. I'd catch glimpses of him as I went to class, but he only got close a few other times. On each occasion, I was either alone or with only one other person. When it was time to come home for the summer, my friend and I shared a pizza with him as a kind of going-away present the night before I flew home. Remember how I said it was a 3-hour flight, right? Yeah. So explain to me how that dog made it all the way to my parents' house. My room's window looks out into the backyard, and it was right there, staring up at me. There was no way that it could be the same one, so I went outside for a closer look. But he was gone. When I asked my parents about it the following morning, they said they hadn't gotten a dog, and they hadn't seen a new one at any of the neighbors' houses either. I was starting to wonder if I imagined the whole thing. That afternoon, my mom took me shopping, and as we backed out of the driveway, it was sitting on the curb across the street. She said that it must be a stray that just looked like the one from school, but I knew it was the same dog. I just didn't understand how it made the trip. I continued seeing it just like I had at school, only now I wasn't feeding it. I was officially creeped out. It was the first week of June when I saw it from my window while on the phone. The whole story spilled out of me, and my friend got pretty upset. She gave me that speech, "How can you let that poor dog starve because you're being ridiculous?" It felt like she restored a bit of sanity in me. Whatever the explanation for how it got there, it's just a dog, right? I was being awful. I felt so bad that I got off the phone, grabbed some leftover hamburger patties, and took them outside. The dog was waiting for me, but as I got closer, it limped away into the tree line. There was a small patch of woods between our house and the street behind us. Normally, I wouldn't have gone in, but I was worried about his limp. The idea that he got hurt while I was busy being afraid of a dog, it made me feel even worse, so I was extra eager to help. About 10 feet in, the overgrowth tripled, and I couldn't go any further in the dark. I threw the hamburgers thinking he would stop, but he only crawled deeper into the thicket. I didn't even have a flashlight, so I resigned myself to finding him in the morning. If my parents refused to take him in, we would at least get him to a shelter. But when I turned away, he made a sad, low, painful whimpering sound, and it broke my heart. I tried coaxing him out once more, but he wouldn't budge. Finally, I turned to leave again, and this time, there was movement. So I turned back, and I saw the dog's outline, but it shifted into something completely different. It was so dark in there, but I could tell that much. Something had changed. The dog was changing shape. I noped out of there so fast that I fell on my face. As I pulled myself up, I heard a deep male voice calling me by name. The dog, or whatever it actually was, could talk, and it was moving forward on 2 legs instead of 4. I ran back inside, made sure everything was locked, but nothing ever emerged from the woods. Needless to say, no one believes me. They think that I had some kind of nightmare. If it had ended that night, I could probably convince myself they were right and let it go. But the dog is still here. I see it all the time. I have no idea what to do. If I was the only one who could see it, I would agree with the mental breakdown. But my parents not only see it, they've fed it. I don't know which would be worse, having it follow me back to school next month, or having it stay with my parents. Someone tell me what to do. Where I'm from, winters are killer. You can't and shouldn't leave your animals outside without some sort of heat intervention. My cat was strictly an indoor cat, little orange and white Persian with lots of health issues. Had no business being outside. Eddie. But Eddie sometimes would try to escape. He'd never gotten far, but it was always scary for me as a kid. One night in the winter, I hear Eddie's little meow. It sounds like he's right outside the back door, which is not okay. We lived in a pretty rural area, lots of trees, not a lot of neighbors, not a lot of cats. Naturally, I can't mimic the meow perfectly, especially in writing, but I can tell you, Eddie's meow was unique. I went to the back door to let him inside, but he wasn't immediately right there. I called to my parents asking if they heard Eddie. Everyone goes quiet, and we hear him again, still sounding like he's right outside the back door. I quickly open it again, but again, no kitty. My mom walks over, and while looking through the glass, she says, "How did he get all the way out there?" She's pointing at a spot near a pile of wood outside the back door a bit. Sure enough, there he is, sitting, staring at us. My mom's telling me to go ahead and grab him. I hear what she's saying. I start to, but I can't bring myself to fully walk outside. There's something off about Eddie. Cat's eyes often do that reflective thing, but these eyes, they weren't reflective at all. Just black and blank. To both recognize him and also not at all recognize him left me feeling awful. I was filled with a sort of dread that up to that point I'd never felt. I looked at my mom to see what she was doing, but she'd already walked away and was sitting on the couch. So it was just me and this Eddie wannabe, staring at each other. I felt this chill throughout my whole body as I watched this thing open its mouth and let out a noise that was not a meow. The noise wasn't a scream. It wasn't overpowering, but it was completely unnatural. Think about the sound a radio makes when scanning the stations. It was like static. It kept its mouth open, making this sound for I don't know how long. But my focus was broken when I heard my parents say my name in unison, as though they'd been trying to get my attention. It was followed by, "Close the door, please." Without thinking, I just slammed the door. But what if that was Eddie? So I open it, and I say, "What about Eddie?" Both my parents just give me a look. Then they tell me to shut it, because if I don't, I'm going to let him out again. Eddie wannabe is outside. I can see him. But real Eddie is standing behind me at the bottom of the stairs, looking at me. And he is the real Eddie. I look back to see what the wannabe is doing now, but he's officially disappeared. The only thing I know for sure is that I absolutely saw wannabe Eddie. So did my mom. She just maybe didn't understand what happened because she walked away. I think Eddie was inside all along. I think something really wanted me, or someone, to think that it was Eddie. What I'm not sure about is what it was, or what could have happened if I had left the house. Safe to say, I kept an even closer eye on my Eddie after that. and I never saw the wannabe again. I was 12 when this happened. My brother, older cousin, and I grew up on a reservation near a mountain. There's several towns and a city just 5 miles away from our hometown, but as teens we played by an old creek near my house. In May of 2008, we spent a couple of hours having a water gun fight there. As I was filling my gun, I saw what looked like a bear's left arm from the shoulder joint. It was covered in brown fur, rotten green meat, and a little blood. I pulled it out of the mud, and it was exactly like a human hand. It had a palm with fingers and nails, but much larger. I screamed and fetched my brother and cousin so that they could look at it too. They wanted to bring it home, but we vomited repeatedly due to the stench. It was also heavy, so we took turns carrying it until we finally were able to show our uncle and grandmother. They were angry with us for touching it, let alone taking it, so our uncle put it into his wheelbarrow and walked away. He returned a few hours later, without the arm. Our grandmother told us a story that she had heard from her father. She told us to stay away from the mountains because they've been occupied longer than we've been on this earth. She didn't believe the story, so she went toward the mountains to look for berries and tree sap. But when she got closer, she saw what looked like 4 large bears standing on the mountainside, and they were walking like men. She called them Bigfoot. I never spoke of it or even mentioned it again until a couple of years ago, when I asked my grandmother what she thought happened to the rest of that arm's body. She said that Bigfoot are like bears, extremely territorial and aggressive when scared or threatened. Her grandfather used to burn their bones whenever one died. That way, the white people wouldn't find them and hunt the rest. Years later, 2021, my cousin and I returned to that mountain for a hunting trip, but we only found a giant teepee hut with thick brown hair inside. I showed my grandmother the pictures to see if she remembered anything similar, and she did. She even had 4 Polaroid pictures of her own, showing other giant teepee huts, and one photo with 3 large bear-like creatures walking upright like a human. She made me promise to never tell or show anyone the photos. She doesn't think anyone would believe us either way, but worries for them, I think. We've spent the majority of our lives in the bush, hunting and fishing. I'm still questioning things so much. Life is different now. My people call it Bigfoot, or some of you might call it Sasquatch. Either way, it's just like another person. They won't bother us if we don't bother them. When I was a kid, my mom always cooked black-eyed peas and cabbage for New Year's. It's supposed to bring good luck and money for the coming new year. But since I hate both, I would always drop the food out my window. We lived in the country with lots of woods and wildlife, so I knew it would be gone by morning. It worked like a charm until I was 14. As always, I threw the food out the window. I waited 15 minutes and then took my plate into the kitchen. The worst part was how my mom always said, "See, that wasn't such a bad trade, was it?" The disgruntled teen in me was desperate to inform her I hadn't participated in their ritual since I was 7. But that would have just resulted in receiving a fresh plate. I had actually promised myself I would save that pleasure for the New Year's after my 18th birthday, but ironically, this was my final year to throw out the food. After returning to my room, I began playing my Xbox and forgot all about the cabbage and peas until I heard something walking through the snow outside my window. Thinking a possum had already come for the food, I just ignored it. But then there was it was almost like a grunting noise, like an actual pig at a trough. In other words, this definitely wasn't a possum. I went to see what it could be, more curious than scared at this point, and glanced down to see a giant black shape crouched beneath my window. There was just enough light from the moon and the porch to see it greedily shoveling handfuls of food into its mouth. Handfuls. It had hands. It was way too big to be a raccoon. If not for how unnatural it appeared, I would have automatically assumed it was a human. But this thing definitely wasn't human, I swear. For starters, its legs were way too long, and the knees bent into sharp points that stuck out sideways. If you were to crouch down like this, your knees would be at a slight angle, and these were fully pointed out sideways at right angles. Likewise, its elbows seemed to bend inwards, and it made it seem as if it was shoveling food into its mouth with the back of its hand. An involuntary gasp escaped my lips, and it immediately looked up at me, dropping its food. Where its eyes should have been were just two small lights, like someone extracted only the soft glow of two nightlights and inserted them into the monster's eye sockets. It saw me, and I wanted so badly to dive under my bed, but I was frozen in place. The creature sneered at me, showing off its impressive fangs. Its mouth and snout were reminiscent of a wolf's. Then, it stood on its hind legs, and even though the bottom of my window was at least 5 feet high or more, its eyes were now dead even with my own. The light in my room was bright enough that I could now tell that this thing was covered in coarse fur. It looked like the bristles of a wire brush, like it would hurt just to touch it. There's no telling how long we stood there that way. If it hadn't moved, I probably would have remained frozen until the sun rose. But it began sniffing at the air, like it was trying to decide if I smelled tasty. Then it took another step closer, and the spell was finally broken. I screamed and ran from my room, crying for my parents like a little kid. They couldn't understand my words, but something was clearly very wrong. Even if I'd been capable of speaking, I wouldn't have known what to say. Instead, I dragged my dad to my room where I stood in the hallway and pointed to my window. While he went to look, Mom came to stand with me, and I could feel her shaking as well. Dad didn't say anything at first. He just seemed confused, but then he turned on his phone's flashlight to look again. This time he noticeably stiffened and closed my curtains as he stepped away. He said nobody was there anymore and asked if I could describe whoever I saw. I hesitated, not understanding why he assumed I saw a person when I hadn't actually said anything, but all I could do was stutter. My mom was panicking, repeatedly asking what he saw, until he finally said that there were footprints beneath my window. They were too large to belong to an animal, but the toes were shaped so strangely, too strangely for a human. He wanted to go outside for a closer look, but I became completely inconsolable at the thought. I was fully convinced the creature would kill my dad if he even opened the front door. Thankfully, Mom made him stay inside, and though fresh snow had covered the tracks by morning, Dad found claw marks around my window. He said it looked like a bear had been scratching at it, but we don't have bears around here. I never told them exactly what I saw. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. Even my dad never admitted exactly what he thought those footprints were shaped like. I was fortunate enough never to see the creature again, and I also never threw food out my window again, but yeah, I still think about it every single New Year's. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but it seems like a lot of people say they feel better after sharing their own experiences. So, I figured what the hell, maybe if I just embrace what happened, I can finally stop having these yearly flashbacks. I live in an area pretty close to a park and a retirement facility, so my neighborhood is, for the most part, pretty uneventful. It's nice by all accounts. Next door to my building is a large field. Sometimes on the weekends or even in the evenings after work, I see random groups of people playing games of soccer or hosting some sort of team workout event if it's still light out. Outside of those kinds of things, the park is relatively empty. I like to walk there in the mornings, just basically a few laps around the perimeter of the field. At the far end is some woods, and it's just kind of calm. At night, I do sort of avoid it because it's pretty dark. No lighting system around the area besides the buildings. So, a few nights ago, I was out for a late-night walk. I was enjoying the freezing cold that is the winter right now, and the peacefulness of the practically empty but still well-lit streets. I was about to pass the field on my right, heading towards my go-to convenience store, when I noticed a figure in the distance, crouched down. At first, I thought that it was a stray dog, wandering aimlessly in the night, stopping to sniff something. I'd never seen one before, but it seemed possible given its stature. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to approach the dog, cautiously, of course, but as I got closer to the thing, something felt off. The dog seemed to look less like a dog the closer I got, so I stopped moving. Then, it stood upright on its hind legs, its eyes fixated on me. Were they glowing or just really bright colors? I guess I don't know for sure. I just stood, frozen. I was unable to comprehend what I was witnessing. Even now, how do I describe what I saw without it sounding absurd? It's not possible, I don't think. This dog, or whatever this thing was, with a dog-shaped head, dog-shaped feet. To my horror, it began to walk backwards a few feet. Then it stopped abruptly, turned its body to the right, and continued walking backwards, into the field and out of view. I'd have to pass whatever the hell this thing was in order to get to my destination, or I could just go home. I recalled its movements. They were unnaturally smooth. I recalled it staring at me. A strange sensation had washed over me. It was as if I had been pulled into a trance. I couldn't move, couldn't escape the gaze of those eyes. It was only a few moments that felt like an eternity. I had already decided that I was going to turn around and go home. It was the obvious choice, and I was making my way when I heard a horrifying howl, more like a guttural, loud growl. It was distant, but not by much. Something told me that something was terribly wrong. Call it instincts, or maybe that's just what deep fear feels like. I picked up my pace and I was running. I don't run, not for exercise, but I booked it like never before. Panic had just kind of taken over. I didn't stop until the growl was completely gone and I was at my own door. I've played the whole series of events in my head a million times. I've tried to draw this thing. I've tried to compare it to things that I've seen online, and truly I just have no idea. I'm just insanely curious and a little terrified, wondering, what did I see that night? If anyone knows something or has any ideas, please, I welcome you to shed some light on this new mystery that seems to haunt me all the time now. My name's Alex. I'm 30 years old, and I've done a lot of stupid things for girls. But I'd never gone camping until last weekend when SARA wanted to go. It seemed obvious that certain things would happen if I did, so I gave zero consideration to the fact that I hate being outside. At least it wasn't real camping. SARA mainly wanted to hike the trails during the day, have s'mores in the evening, and sleep in the SUV. In this context, camping didn't seem so bad. She lives in a small town about 45 minutes away from mine, and the campgrounds are about 20 minutes further. So she's been going there her whole life. She didn't tell me the place was supposedly haunted until we were already on the way. But again, I didn't care. I don't believe in ghosts, and if she does, well, that could be its own kind of fun. I just don't think haunted is the right word for that place. When someone says haunted, I tend to think spirits of the dead, but this was, I don't know, but it was something else. The story wasn't even that scary. It's not like it was the site of some ancient battle or mass slaughter. It's not a serial killer's hunting grounds. It's just where a sick man took his family to die. I can't even remember his name. He was the town drunk back in the 70s, and everyone knew he beat his wife and kids, but no one was itching to do anything about it until he took them camping for a weekend, and they all ended up dead. Don't get me wrong, it's tragic and everything, but, I mean, that stuff happens, you know, and if ghosts were real, these definitely would have earned their haunting stripes, but they don't seem life-threatening. I mean, even if they were real, I still wouldn't be afraid of them. Not like I am now. It started off fine. We went on a hike, took pictures, stopped for lunch, and came back. There was just enough light left to get a fire started. I was about 15 to 20 yards into the woods when a pair of footsteps suddenly started walking towards me from the opposite direction. They only took a handful of steps, maybe 5 or 6, but the trees, they were too dense to see more than a few feet ahead. They were unmistakably human, and it was only the one pair. They were moving slow, too, almost like they were stalking something. I couldn't even be sure where they were coming from. The other campsites were too far away for someone to be wandering in between, and none of the hiking trails run through that area. I set my sticks on the ground, imagining what it would be like for some dark figure to suddenly emerge from the overgrown brush. My heart was racing, and the lump in my throat made the outcome seem most inevitable. I was frozen, waiting for it to happen. But then, the footsteps stopped dead in their tracks, and I called out a tentative, "Hello?" The resulting silence stretched into eternity as I waited for a response that never came. Eventually, I wondered if I even heard them in the first place. But I did. I'm sure I did. You don't mistake that sound. I hurried back to camp and did my best to explain what happened. But Sarah thought I was trying to scare her. It was full dark by then, and we needed flashlights to get the fire started. But I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Any good feelings I'd accumulated towards camping were quickly drowned out by the certainty of a crazed maniac watching us. We had s'mores, but I was jumpy the whole time, and Sarah was beginning to get annoyed until the footsteps, they suddenly returned, just a few feet outside of camp. She didn't think I was being so silly then. It was too dark to see beyond our small perimeter, but the flashlight didn't reveal anything either. I just feel like I need to better describe these footsteps. They were so heavy, almost unnatural. It was like a really big man stomping around, but every few steps, he paused for a couple of seconds, only to return several yards ahead of where he stopped. Like he had the biggest stride in the world, or I don't know. I guess that's why I'm here. I wouldn't be writing this if I was sure of all that happened. When the flashlight didn't reveal any creepers lurking in the bushes, Sarah got excited and said it must be ghosts. Suddenly, her belief in the supernatural wasn't so cute anymore. It's hard to focus on that sort of thing when it feels like you're being hunted. After 20 minutes, the steps paused and never started back. Either a ghost had indeed vanished, or a serial killer was crouched in the bushes just inside the tree line, waiting. It was stupid not to leave. If we were sleeping in a tent instead of a locked vehicle, I don't think anything could have made me stay. But Sarah had her heart set on it, and as promised, I do stupid shit for girls. By midnight, we were settled into the back of her SUV, and there had been no more disturbances. I'd almost forgotten about the footsteps entirely, but once she fell asleep, they were all I could think about. Then, I heard a muffled cry for help in the distance. I couldn't make out exactly what she said, but the general tone was desperate and terrified. Some things are easily conveyed without words. It made my blood run cold, and Sarah was still fast asleep. She didn't stir in the slightest. I debated getting the keys and taking off, but I was frozen in place by the sound of footsteps making their way towards the SUV. They were moving even slower than before, as if trying to be stealthy, but they were just so heavy. I kept telling myself they were going to stop, but this time they didn't. Soon, they were right next to the vehicle, and I kept my eyes on the window, just waiting to see if the shape of a head would appear, while gently shaking Sarah. I needed to wake her without making a sound, and I didn't want to do anything that might cause panic. There was no question of a ghost. This was real. It was happening. Someone had been watching us throughout the day, maybe even while we were hiking, and they were biding their time for this moment. I was positive, and I'd had far too much time to contemplate how moronic our deaths would be. Time slowed to a stop, and Sarah wasn't waking. The woman would have probably slept through her own murder. I feel like it's okay to make that joke since we made it out alive, but it's also not really a joke, so I don't know. That's beside the point. What little movements I had made came to a complete stop when the sound of metal on metal made my heart stop altogether. It sounded as if someone were walking along the SUV, dragging a knife down the side. Even that didn't wake Sarah. It took every ounce of self-control to hold in my scream, but I knew that doing so would only speed up the inevitable. Each second stretched into eternity as the sound made its way towards the passenger window, and I finally saw the shadow I desperately feared. It was even worse than imagined. It didn't even look human. Whatever it was, its head was taller than the window. I saw its wide, hunched shoulders, and the screeching sound of metal was interrupted when its hand transitioned to glass. And I saw it wasn't a knife. It was a long, stick-thin finger, ending in what I could only assume to be a razor-sharp claw. Bile rose into my throat as the stench of rotten eggs filled the air, and I noticed a long crack forming in the window. Its claw was actually cutting the glass. I realized that this thing would have no problem getting inside when it finished toying with us. Maybe it knew that I was awake. Maybe it was just enjoying the hunt like a cat. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I only know I didn't want to get slaughtered by the boogeyman. The creature turned the corner and paused at the back door, just standing there with one claw in the center of the hatch window. Then, slowly, its malformed, disproportionate body turned to face us, and its hand slowly dropped, claw tearing and screeching the whole way down. And I finally snapped. I leapt out of the sleeping bag, threw myself into the driver's seat, and thankfully, the keys were already in the ignition. The moment it cranked, something collided with the back, and Sarah finally woke up. I I'm thankful I didn't see anything above the shoulders and that I never looked in the rear view. But the second I hit the brights and punched the gas, Sarah screamed in a way that made my blood run colder than it had the whole time we were out there. She doesn't want to talk about it, and I feel bad because we both probably need to, but at the same time, I'm terrified of finding out. So I've got a lot of vivid memories as a child. Most of them are places I went that I won't forget. Disney World is one of those places. Also, my parents took me and my little brother to the landmark Forest Adventure Park when I was about 7 or 8. That one's in Scotland, which is where my family split their time until I was about in the 3rd grade, and that's when we moved to Long Island permanently. Just before our last visit to Scotland, at least the last one which I was a child, I have another vivid memory. This one's not as tangible as a theme park, though. It's a bit fantastic. But I'd still seen it with my own eyes, and I still remember it. My father had been busy getting things in order for the big trip, so my mother took me and my little brother to the beach near our temporary home. The area was incredibly beautiful, and Mother even told us that we might see dolphins out there. To get to the beach, it was a small hike. You couldn't just drive your car down there. It may sound odd, but my mother allowed me to run ahead of her and my little brother for a bit. But I grew up next to the ocean, and we spent a great deal of time outside with both my mother and father. My younger brother stayed behind and walked with my mother as I ran ahead. I was picking up rocks, looking at every tree, and I was already eyeing the ground for any lost seashells. I was the first one to hit the shore. I knew I could run up to it and even go in for a bit if I wanted to, as long as I could still touch the bottom and my mother could see me go in. I opted to stay out of the water, and I was combing the shore for seashells. I saw this stack of rocks that was calling my name. I yelled to my mom that I wanted to check out the cluster of rocks further down the beach. She waved me on, and so I went. As I reached the rocks, I climbed over a few smaller ones to get a good viewpoint from the larger one. I was surprised when I reached the place to climb to the larger rock, and I saw a boy. He was probably my younger brother's age because he was just so small, but he didn't look like anyone I'd ever seen in my life. Being a friendly child, I asked the boy what he was doing over here. Had he found any seashells? The boy didn't speak. He smiled, and then suddenly he brandished a few seashells before handing them to me. Surprised, I held out my small carrier I'd brought to hold shells, a small tin lunchbox. As he placed them in the tin, I couldn't help but notice how pale his skin was. Truly, his skin was more blue, almost matching the color of the water itself. His hair looked to be made of something slimy and green. Possibly it was just seaweed stuck in his hair. I couldn't be sure. It was so strange. I still can't be sure. I thanked the boy, and he still said nothing. As I looked into his eyes, I couldn't help but notice that they were rather dark. Just black circles, really, as if he only had pupils. I started to feel a little bit uneasy about what I was seeing, but I knew it wasn't kind to react to the way people look. So I thanked the boy again, and just as I was going to hop down, he jumped into the water. He seemed to be down there for a long time. So long I almost left to grab help, but he surfaced. He climbed the rocks with some sort of ease that I didn't even know was possible. He handed me 3 more shells. He stared into my eyes, but he said nothing. I was uneasy again. I started to thank the boy again and again, but I couldn't stay. I couldn't watch him do that again. It didn't feel like I should stay. I hopped down from the rocks, and it wasn't until I was walking away that the boy said something. But the voice wasn't what I expected, and he wasn't speaking English. I stopped and turned around. I looked up, and there was what looked like the tail end of a seal, and then that disappeared into the water. I could hear a splash. Curious, I started to head back over to the rocks, but my mother called for me, telling me it was time to meet my father. As I was walking back, I told my mother about the blue boy by the rocks and the seal. She told me that she had watched me the whole time. She hadn't seen a boy or a seal. I insisted there was, even asking her to go look, but she dismissed this, saying we needed to meet my father. Sure, I had an active imagination as a kid. What kid doesn't? But I know the difference between the things I invented and the things that, honestly, my mind couldn't even begin to invent at that age. I don't know. I've always been a bit into mythology, but I don't think that even started until after this experience, when I casually searched for answers throughout my life. I've read about certain fae that exist close to water, especially in areas of Scotland and all throughout the UK. Selkies. I don't know a lot about them, but I know that others have claimed to see the creatures as well. People describe them in different ways. Many say that they have a sort of naughty nature, meaning they like the idea of luring humans to their death. Others say that they're simply creatures who can take on the form of a seal and a human, and that they typically only show themselves to children. I suppose it could have been just a strange-looking boy, but he was awfully good at swimming and climbing. And that hair, I can't forget how strange his hair was. To this day, my mother claims I was seeing things. But what's so silly about that is I had never just seen anything before. So, what do you think? Did I encounter a Selkie? My friends and I were hanging out at the park after dark, smoking some Mary J. Everything was going just fine and dandy until the topic of folk tales and such came up. We were talking about Bigfoot, Mothman, etc. I decided to bring up a couple of creatures from indigenous mythology. I don't even want to type the name at this point, because I learned that night saying their name can summon them. My friends and I refer to it now as a Winnebago to avoid any consequences. Talking about the creature at a park after sundown was a stupid-ass decision. I can't say for sure that it was what I thought it was, but it was terrifying either way. After we brought it up, the coyotes in the woods surrounding the park started going nuts. I mean, you could hear them running around, howling, just going crazy. It made me uneasy, for sure, but I wasn't really worried just yet. We changed the subject and kept trying to chill, despite the noise. However, the coyotes were soon drowned out by some kind of wail. We had no idea what it was, but it just wasn't human. We knew that much. It was the kind of noise that chilled you to the bone, and you just knew something was horribly wrong. It was about then that we realized we fucked up. We're not complete and total idiots. We know what to do if you ever encounter something like this. It doesn't mean I wasn't terrified. We knew we had to get out of there, but we couldn't just run for it. That would be a mistake. Basically, the advice we'd been given was, if you heard something, no, you didn't. And you don't act like you did. Don't run. Walk. Don't talk about it. Just act calm and change the subject. So that's what we did our best to do as we tried to calmly walk to my car. By the way, we'd stopped smoking long before this point, so I was okay to drive. The wailing, it only got louder though. It's really hard to try to keep the conversation about TikTok or whatever the fuck we talked about on the walk over there. I don't even remember. The walk wasn't that short either. We started getting closer when I started hearing a drum beat, just the random single hit of a hand drum. There wasn't anything around that I could see that could be making either of the noises. We managed to get in the car and out of the park. The wailing eventually faded out. When I thought we were safe, I brought up the drum beats and how much they freaked me out. As we were talking, we slowly started hearing the wails again. This is when we promptly agreed to shut the hell up, and none of us spoke a word for the rest of the night. Moral of the story: don't talk about Winnebagos, especially if you're at a park at night. And don't talk about flesh pedestrians either. I've heard they're just as terrifying. Alright, so everybody with knowledge of cryptids, I'm hunting for information on a cryptid that I'm not sure has been marked down yet. There have been multiple sightings in my small town of Merrill, Michigan, something of which doesn't match a single cryptid I've read about, not yet, and I've read about a lot. I personally have not seen it, so I'm sorry for breaking that rule, but I have 3 witnesses that I would put my life on, and I really want to know what this thing is. The first witness is my uncle, and he's the main reason that I'm on this hunt. When he was young, he used to take night walks in the neighborhood woods, right before sunrise, as long as it was dark enough so the neighbors could see him. He would take a very dim flashlight with him on purpose, and if he thought someone saw him or was following him, he'd put his hand over it and hide in the woods' darkness. He claimed the main things that scared him were the raccoons and opossums. He never had problems with people on his walks, but he still knew the risk of trespassing. Though his story isn't very exciting, he got the best view of the creature out of all 3 witnesses, claiming that it only stood a few feet tall, and that it had legs bent backwards with large, fly-like eyes, and the rest of it looked like a kangaroo or monkey hybrid. There are many cryptids that are close in visuals, but none of them have this thick hair and big eyes like this one had. I showed him a drawing of other look-alike cryptids. He's dismissed every one of them. He claimed that he was walking out of the woods just as it was getting brighter. The sky was gray and the woods still dark from the trees, but the road was almost visible down the whole mile. On his way across the road back to the house, he saw that thing a little ways down the road. It's said to have crossed the road in 2 steps, despite being short, and disappearing into the woods my uncle had just exited. The second witness is deceased now. He was a natural conspiracist, so it came as no surprise when I heard this story years ago. Though his description was less valuable, I have the belief that this was the same cryptid. A couple of miles from the first incident, this man said that he had seen a small, ape-like figure, and that it jumped almost to the top of the trees. This is the least resourceful sighting, because I cannot ask the man to answer anything he left out, or to give more info. This is all I have for this sighting. The third is my grandma's good friend, Sylvia, from a state away. Every 4th of July, they park a camper in my grandma's yard and stay for a week or 2 to visit all the friends and family they left behind when they moved out of state. Keep in mind, these folk have never seen or even heard the stories about this creature. And for this story, I was in the house when it happened. Sylvia's husband had a few beers with my grandparents. There's a big tree on the side of a barely used road, and he walked over to it to use the bathroom. As he was peeing on this tree, he noticed the same big black bug eyes that my uncle had seen. It was staring him down from the tree line, a across the road. And as soon as he focused on it, the cryptid backed up into the brush and was gone. Me and my uncle freaked out about this, as you would, because it had been 6 years or so since someone that we knew spotted the thing. As crazy as it sounds, me and my whole family believe and know this creature to be real. We've even narrowed down where it possibly calls home, based on how far the sightings go. Sorry for the long and many paragraph story, but if you have any idea what might be lurking around mid-Michigan, please leave a name of a cryptid or description, drawing. My family and me all want to know what so many of us have seen. Any ideas? We used to always go camping in the spring, my brother and I. We could get away with it because we grew up in Southern California, so it's basically always camping weather. Used to. The past tense being that my brother's not around anymore. He's since died. He died in all of this COVID stuff, actually. He just needed some treatments, you know. Things he couldn't be getting for a while there. Vital stuff, you start to see that. Just a little too late. Well, I'm pushing 50, and he was about 6 years older than me. We weren't exactly going camping regularly when he passed anyhow. But when we were, our only rule was a new place every year. Plenty of places for us to set up for a few days. Plenty of places where we didn't really need to hit the same spot twice. Too much to see or whatever. We'd either go northeast towards Big Bear or just south a little bit towards Cleveland National Forest. Well, this particular year we camped inside of Joshua Tree Park. We'd been in the area before, just an entirely different area of the park. This area was Indian Cove Campground. Real nice place. Not sure if it's still the case on account of us never going back. The whole place is right off one of the main highways into the park, and Joshua Tree in this area resembles a desert. There aren't a lot of trees around in this area, so this wasn't us in the middle of the forest. Essentially, it's a cove of rock formations. Where we set up was in the middle of the camp, the rocks forming a sort of horseshoe around us. A small hike up and around the rocks would take you to the restrooms. Honestly, it's one of the less secluded areas that we'd ever been to, yet somehow it still managed to be the only place that's ever actually scared us. After setting up, we hiked for quite some time, going the distance and tiring ourselves out pretty good before the sun started making its way down. As we headed back to camp, I thought it was just me feeling a little strange, until my brother piped up from behind me. "What is that, you think? That sound?" I hadn't been hearing any sounds. It just felt like someone was near us, like we were being watched. I told him, "I don't hear anything, but let's pick up our pace." It wasn't but maybe 10 seconds that had passed when I hear something. It sounded like someone was above us, like maybe walking on the rocks or scaling them. In a few places, the trails dipped behind these rock formations, and I started feeling paranoid that someone was trying to keep themselves concealed behind them. My brother, on the other hand, took the noise to mean that there was just another hiker. "Oh, that's not the sound I heard earlier. That sounds like someone's hiking." We were both wrong. As we got closer to the end of the trail, where the other trail eventually feeds into it, it was pretty clear that there were no other hikers. I walked down the trail just a little bit, behind the rock wall. My brother was confused, asking me why I was heading that way. I told him I don't like the idea of someone hiding out here so close to our camp. But next he made a good point. The sun was going down quickly, and within a few minutes, we'd be out here in the dark, with no light source. We decide that we'll go back to the campsite, grab some flashlights, and come back just to be sure no one was hiding away. Back at the campsite, it was dark now. We'd set up some lanterns and took a flashlight with us to check the rocks. Before approaching the entrance of the trail, I heard something moving from above us. My brother does too, and we point our lights up, but we see nothing. I should clarify, my brother and I walking around the park after sundown, it's frowned upon. I started to feel a bit goofy though, searching for who knows what. And then we heard it again. It sounded like something was scaling the rock wall. But these weren't the kind of rocks that you could just climb. They were smooth and rounded in a way that would offer zero grip. And the sound, it didn't just happen and stop like before. It kept going. And now, standing at the entrance of the trail, the sound echoed. It was blatantly obvious. We looked at each other. His face shows me that we are still hearing the same sound. Our flashlights were now wildly bouncing around. We would have expected to at least see an animal, but there was nothing. Just the sound of something large scaling the rocks. Then, our flashlight catches the glimpse of something. It's only for a moment, but it's enough to end the search and send us running in the other direction. What we saw, it was something long, pale, skinny. It was almost transparent. It was a limb of some kind. It was unclear if it was an arm or a leg or what, but it definitely wasn't human. We ran. I kept looking back. I saw nothing, but we both heard a screech. A loud one. And look, I've got nothing to compare the screech to. I've heard screeching owls. I've heard bats, big cats, coyotes, people, tires, all the screeching things, and nothing has ever come close to what we heard. We didn't stay about another 10 minutes, packed up our gear, and decided to head back south, home. We'd make up for it about a month later, camping elsewhere. But at the time, there was nothing we wanted more than to just go home. We hardly even spoke until we'd been on the road for about an hour. Even then, we were silent with our theories for several years. No idea what we saw that night, but it was enough to send 2 grown men running. So, I don't think I'd choose to encounter or mess with that thing again. Any idea what we saw all those years ago? Has anyone else ever had strange experiences at Joshua Tree? This happened to me about 10 years ago when I was 14. It was a warm summer night in 2012. I was walking around the city with my friends, R, who was 16, and his older cousin Jay, 24. We'd all been neighbors for about 4 years now. Our families knew each other, so it was quite normal for us to all be hanging out together, despite the age gaps. During our walk, we decided to take a shortcut through the cemetery. It was after hours, and I'm pretty sure it was illegal for us to be there, but at the time, we weren't going to do anything other than just cut through, which we would often do during the day as well. As we were walking down the path, I saw headlights turn into the cemetery, and the boys, of course, darted away ahead of me into the trees. Since the others ran ahead of me and off the path, away from the lights, it was pitch black. There was residual light twinkling through the branches as I made my way down into the trees, but it dropped down to a slight hill, and the light was lost. I was walking along, trying to be as quiet as possible, almost blind due to my eyes not adjusting yet, and that's when the feeling of dread sets in. I had no idea where the guys were. I couldn't see, and I didn't want to be caught by the police, by myself. But there was something else. almost a chill in the air on a warm July night. I tried to brush it off, the uneasy feeling, thinking it was just my nerves being scared because the guys took off without me. But alarms were going off in my head, like something was very, very wrong, and apart from legal reasons, I should not be there. I make out a shape to the left of me. As I'm walking, I take a couple of steps towards it. Guys, is that you? Nothing. No response. I take a few more steps towards it, and I swear to God, just like the movies, a freaking twig snaps under my foot. Now, the reason I had thought that it was the guys is because this shape was crouched down next to a pile of brush, and it was big enough to look like two people hunched over. I thought that they had been hiding there, but when the twig snapped, I stopped in my tracks as the thing stood up and towered over me. I was about 5 foot tall at the time, and this thing was easily two of me stacked right on top of each other. Whatever this thing was, it was only 15 feet or so away from me, and I was frozen in horror. It was facing away from me at first, and then its neck, its head, it almost swiveled around like an owl, and I was met with an oval-shaped gray face, no nose or mouth, only 2 pitch-black, hollow eye sockets. The rest of this thing's body was pitch black against the dark trees, the light from the path no longer streaming through the branches. It was just me and this thing that seemed like the personification of darkness itself. This thing and I stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. The woods around me, through the corners of my eyes, were getting darker. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it through my entire body. Every tiny hair on my body was prickling. I was cold. The only thing I can remember thinking was, this is it. I'm never going to see my family again. The body of this thing had followed its head and swiveled, so now I could see its long, curved arms held right up to what would be this thing's chest. Its legs were similarly curved, almost like it wasn't standing at full height, but still slightly crouched down. Its body was almost translucent. It looked like it was wearing some kind of hooded cloak that was see-through as well. The only thing that was 100% solid was its face and its void-like eyes that made me feel like I was staring right into the depths of hell. Neither of us moved. We were locked in the most terrifying staring contest. It felt like an eternity until a strange feeling came over me. I felt like I could move again, and I had the energy to run a 5K marathon without breaking a sweat. Then I heard a very calm but stern voice say, "Go. Now. Run." It's kind of hard to explain where the voice was coming from exactly. It was sort of in my head, but all around at the same time. I'm getting chills as I write this. I know the voice did not come from whatever this thing was in front of me, because when I heard the voice speak, it looked as if this horrid creature recoiled at the sound of it, like it took a step or two backwards and kind of ducked its head down. I saw this as my chance, and I turned away from this thing, and I started bolting down further into the tree line, and no longer caring about being quiet and crashing around through the bush like an animal being chased by a predator. I could almost feel this thing right on my tail, but after running about 200 feet-ish, I run directly into the guys, literally crashing into them. I'm obviously scared and pissed, so I ask why the fuck they left me out there like that, and they apologized. Apparently, I'd been missing for almost a half an hour, and they'd already searched the direction I ran from. They heard weird whispering all around the woods while I was gone, like the voices were coming from everywhere around them. They said right before I crashed into them, the whispering stopped. I told them about what I saw, and all they said was that we should get out of there. We left the cemetery very quickly, and as soon as we walked out of the gates, it was like we all let out a sigh of relief. We never talked about that night again, and even during the day, none of us ever took that shortcut through the cemetery. I still live in the same city, and to this day, I avoid it like the plague. I won't even drive by it. This isn't my only story, but it's definitely one of the more terrifying ones that still haunts me to this day. On February 27th, 2023, my friend was driving home from work down a country road between 5 and 6 p.m. He saw an unknown creature less than a mile from my house. It was at the road's edge, as if it were about to cross. It was pitch black, very furry, with a bobbed tail. It had a pit bull's face, jowls, ears. It was slender but muscular, and it stood on all fours. It saw my friend but paid him no attention. Instead, it turned around slowly and leapt back into the woods like a frog, with its legs splayed in opposite directions. It was roughly the size of a Great Dane, but he couldn't identify much else. This was in a wooded area next to a small bayou, and there's a nook that leads into the woods. That same night, I heard strange thuds and wood bowing sounds around midnight, like something was climbing a wooden structure. I'm not sure if it's related, but 6 years ago, I saw something strange leap between one section of the woods to another, across the highway, about a half-mile from my house. It was black, hairy, and ape-like. 3 years ago, my wife and I heard tapping on the window around midnight. We laughed at first, but my cousin, who lived across the street, called and said something big was in our yard, and he said that it had run into the woods. We investigated and heard it rustling through trees, but never saw it. The next morning, there was a large, bare, humanoid footprint outside the window that we heard the tapping at. That same year, a friend and I were hanging out, and I saw something strange walk into my cousin's yard. It was large, black, and furry. It walked on all fours, and it looked like a pig, but we couldn't determine what it was. It had a dog-like snout with the stature and size of a hog or a large bear cub. It sniffed a circle around his house and went back into the woods. Last year, I was driving on my road at night, and there's a curve about a half a mile where my friend saw the creature. In the curve, my headlights shined into the woods and revealed eyes shining 6 feet off the ground. I stopped the car to examine it, but I didn't see anything else. I only noticed the smell of rotting meat as it flooded the car, and I promptly left. Not too long after that incident, I was outside at midnight, heard a strange noise in my cousin's yard. I shined a flashlight over there, saw a shiny pair of eyes at average height. It looked at me and continued walking toward the woods. In my experience, most things come to a stop when you spotlight them, but not this thing. I continued to shine the light into the woods, and it returned 15 feet further down the tree line, where it stared back at me before turning back. I continued shining the light and caught it once more in the same place. It looked at me for another moment and turned away. I didn't see it again, but I had an eerie feeling that it was sentient. For the past 2 weeks, my entire property has stank of skunk. Our house gets sprayed from time to time, but the smell usually dissipates after 2 days. This time, it's been almost 2 weeks, and the smell is even pungent by the road. My house seems to be the epicenter. The smell extends roughly 100 yards around my house in all directions. I considered all of these instances to be strange coincidences until my friend saw that creature yesterday. Now I'm not ruling them out as possible encounters. Any and all guesses as to what the nature of this creature is are appreciated. My husband is from Russell, Pennsylvania, and he's a big, burly mechanic that doesn't get spooked very often. But he told me a story from his childhood that he apparently never got over. Has anyone else heard of this? Deep in the woods of the Allegheny National Forest, my husband and his dad were deer hunting. My husband says that he had a buck in his sights. He's about to pull the trigger, and the buck turns its head and makes eye contact with him through the zoom, like it was aware of his intentions. My husband felt a weird sense of hesitation during this time. He says that this big buck stood up like a human. Not only that, it started walking towards his hunting spot. His dad saw it too, but pulled the trigger. It hit the deer in the chest, but didn't drop it. Instead, it got back on all fours and ran away. I have to know, has anyone else seen deer walking like humans in the Allegheny National Forest? Something is crying in my house at night. A little background. I live with my husband and 5 children in a ranch-style house. We've been at this place for 5 years now, and our kids range from age 13 down to 1 year. For the past 3 or 4 months, there's been something in my house that cries at night. It's not my kids or my cats. It's something else. These disturbances typically happen between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Usually what happens is my husband and I are in the living room at night, watching TV and unwinding from the day. All of the children are asleep because they have a 9 p.m. bedtime. Suddenly, we'll hear the sound of a child crying. And I mean loudly crying. Not just whimpers, but big, sobbing cries. One of us will immediately jump up to go check the kids, as all of my children have had night terrors and typical childhood nightmares at some point. But none of them are ever awake. They're all fully asleep, completely peaceful. This will repeat a few more times until we go to bed. It doesn't happen every single night, maybe only once or twice a week, but it's very disturbing when it does. My 13-year-old has also heard the phantom crying, as she was up late with my husband and I one night on the weekend. Also, my children do not have TVs in their rooms, and their tablets and switches are always off. So it's not a sound coming from anything like that. They're not crying in their sleep either. They're always peaceful and undisturbed, not even moving around when me or my husband goes to check on them. We don't have a baby monitor, so there's no chance of interference coming from one. I do have 2 Siamese cats who make noises that sound exactly like human voices. But they are always in the living room with us at night, or sleeping in front of the heater in our kitchen. And I've been able to confirm it's not them. As well as the crying at night, we often hear the sound of doors opening and closing, most often the door to my daughter's bedroom. It makes a specific sound because the door sticks a little, and you have to put some force into opening or closing it. We always go check on the children after we hear this, and all of them are always asleep. These things are not just heard by me, but my husband too, so I know I'm not crazy. The only thing even remotely like this that's ever happened to me was when my current 5-year-old was around 2, about 3 years ago in the same house. We both heard the sudden and extremely loud sound of what I can only describe as something or someone pretending to cry like a baby. I know that sounds weird, but it's the only way I can describe it. Imagine a grown adult, almost mockingly, pretending to cry like a newborn. That's what it sounded like. It was so loud and frightening, and my daughter instantly started screaming in fear. I packed us into the car and left the house toot sweet. We spent the rest of the day at my sister's, and I refused to be alone in the house without my husband for the next couple of days. So, what could this be? A demon? A ghost? I don't really believe in the idea of dead people just hanging around your house for eternity. A mimic? What would this thing want, and how do I get rid of it? Okay, so I live in Australia. I don't know where to post this as I'm not really sure, but my first thought was if anyone were to have any idea, it would probably be this group. If it makes any difference, I was born in the US and have family there. Moved here when I was a baby. Supposedly, I have a Native American bloodline from the Seneca tribe. It's currently autumn, and I live on the outskirts of a major city, still in the suburbs. This happened today in late afternoon, when I went to hang some washing on the line under our carport, attached to the side of the house. We were starting to lose daylight, so I thought I'd quickly pop out and hang up the last of the washing for the day. It was increasingly getting darker by the minute. I'd just begun hanging clothes when I started to get an uneasy feeling. I'm unsure why. I brushed it off as I was losing daylight quickly. A minute later, I heard a group of kids up the other end of the street, screaming, and then silence. Again, I brushed it off as kids just being kids and playing with each other. The intensity of unease grew, and I felt like I was being watched. I then heard a low growl, which was unlike anything I'd ever heard, and the air got significantly colder. All of the crickets and bugs went silent. I moved the clothes rack to outside the carport so I could use what little light was there to hurry this up as much as possible. While hanging and scanning around between picking up the next piece of clothing, I noticed something new. This dense garden that wrapped around our U-shaped driveway looked poor, like it had been trampled on in a decent section, maybe 13 feet of the garden. I intensely felt like I was really being watched by something, and right before finishing the clothes, the feeling started to ease off a little, began to warm back up, like it was when I initially came outside. I was raised with big dogs, Rottweilers, German Shepherds, grew up in a rural countryside. I've heard all kinds of animal sounds, from wild dogs, foxes, koalas fighting, possums, bats. I have never in my life heard a growl like this before, and I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't sound natural. It sounded closest to a dog, but something about it was very wrong. Before going outside, my indoor cat desperately wanted out. Once I came inside, she was acting completely different. Skulking around, all of her fur puffed up. She then was following me at my ankles around the house, not normal for her. We have a lot of bushland surrounding us, live next to a river behind us. I don't fish in that river anymore, as I've always felt like something or someone was around. About 2 years ago, my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go on a hike right before the sunset, which, yes, sounds dumb, but It's something we'd done multiple times before with no issues. There was something about the eeriness of the woods at night that I liked, not so much my boyfriend's feelings or thoughts on the situation. To start our hike, we had to go through really tall plants and bushes. We were practically in the middle of nowhere. About a mile into the hike, we came across some abandoned structures, and had sat down to take a breather. I'm not sure exactly what my boyfriend said to make me do this, but as a joke, I whistled and said, "See, nothing whistled back. We're alone." Not even 20 seconds after saying that, we heard a whistle. It was a bit of ways away from us, but still too close for our liking. We immediately started booking it in the opposite direction of the whistle and didn't look back. After running for as long as we could, we realized we were lost. We wandered around for about 10 minutes before we stumbled across some train tracks. The tracks led back into town, about a mile or two down the way. It's important to note that these tracks had thick wood lining on both sides. The right side is where we came from. At this point, we were walking, as we'd run out of energy and felt safe. We were wrong to assume that we were safe. We got to the point where we could see the lights from town, maybe a quarter to a half mile away. Down the tracks a little bit, we could very faintly see the outline of what looked to be a deer coming out of the right side of the woods. It stopped in the middle of the tracks and just stood there. I attempted to shine my flashlight. Note, this flashlight was pretty dim. It was a random one I found in the back of a junk drawer. As soon as I lifted my light up, it fled. Now I say fled because ran wouldn't be an accurate way to describe the way it moved. The best way I can think to describe this thing is it looked like it had 4 broken legs, and its body was very low to the ground, yet it had unbelievable speed. It almost looked like a bent and twisted monster out of a horror movie. I shined my light into the woods to the left of us, as that's where it had ran to, when I saw 2 glowing eyes that looked to be at least 10 feet in the air. My boyfriend said, "What is that?" in a very concerned tone. I told him, "I don't know. Don't look at it. Just run." We ran and ran until eventually we reached town and walked back home. This happened about 2 years ago, and I've tried to come up with the logical explanation after explanation of what I saw that night. And still to this day, I can never find a solid, logical answer, other than it being something paranormal. I refused to believe what I had seen for a long time, but I know what I saw. I know I'm not crazy, as there was another person that witnessed the same thing. My boyfriend never spoke of it again, and he refused to speak about it when I would talk about it. I never went hiking at night after that. Yo, what the fuck was just in my yard? I'm reading a book on the couch in the living room. The TV's off. It's currently 1:36 in the morning, and I'm fucking home alone right now. There's this loud clack at the window next to me, like something hard had just hit the glass. So I set down my book and open up the curtains a little bit. I live on the 2nd floor, and the bushes outside are trimmed probably 3 to 4 feet lower than my window. There's this creepy gnome-looking thing sticking out the top of these bushes, looking up into my window. Its eyes were big and shiny black, very thin white ring before the line of his eyelids. I found my phone by feeling around, but I never stopped looking at this thing. When I found it, I tapped the bottom right-hand corner to open the camera. Then, I quickly lifted my arm and zoomed the screen to get a picture, just as it dug back into the bushes, then out the front. Again, I'm home alone right now. My roommates live downstairs. I'm terrified they didn't lock their sliding glass back door, and I'm too afraid to go check. Our living quarters connect between a set of stairs by the front door. We share the front door to leave. I know that door's locked because I locked it when I came in tonight. This thing, it's nowhere outside. I pressed my head against the window, trying to look as far vertically down as I could. But I couldn't find it. It moved incredibly fast. I'm typing this from my phone right now, still sitting on the couch, now intently listening for any movement downstairs. And holy shit, I think I managed to get this thing in a picture. It's zoomed in and it's grainy as fuck. I can't believe how shitty the resolution looks. My phone isn't the oldest, but half-decent light and zoomed in. Here's what you get. Jesus Christ. I circled it in red and outlined it. Like, you can see that, right? It was looking up directly at me. It was not an animal, clearly a little person with a tall hat. It used 2 arms with hands and fingers to climb back into the bush. I don't know what to do. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day, but what I found along the Still-Quamish River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up a long mountain loop road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in, as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone, way off the beaten path here, had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh. None of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent in finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they fail to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest is gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who, or what, could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. As a child in Pennsylvania, I remember fainting at the sight of something large, furry, and black in the edge of the woods while running a trail home from my friend's house. But that could have been a bear. However, then I moved to the Olympic Peninsula last fall, and after Thanksgiving, maybe early December, one morning around 4 a.m., our Labrador was whining, so I got up, put my shoes on, and let him out. He ran out all of 3 steps, stopped, and his tail went between his legs. He turned and jumped into the house, whining again. I could hear the dogs on this one road going crazy outside. There is limited development here, just the beach on the one side, mountains on the other, with one small highway between. I walked out into our driveway, being new and curious and eager to check out the neighborhood. Trees, trees, and trees. I was listening with my eyes closed, thinking, beagle. Then in the mix, hound. Shepherd. I was hearing all the different dogs. I was feeling like I was using echolocation because it was so dark, I couldn't see more than just our cars in the corner of the house. Then, suddenly, I heard what can only be described as a gorilla bark. One that shook the ground, and it came from the opposite direction, behind me. I've worked with crocodiles and alligators up to 13 feet and nearly a ton. I've worked with king cobras and been bitten by a cobra. I've camped the Serengeti and had lions brush up against me in the night through my tent. I stared down a dozen hippos from about 20 feet at Zima Springs in Kenya. I've been bitten by a Gila monster, drugged down the road by a horse on my head. Insert joke about head injury here. I've been kicked by emus, pecked by herons, mauled by prairie dogs on live TV, squeezed by pythons, bitten by rattlesnakes. But this time, I was scared. The ground continued to shake as this thing moved through the trees, likely heading right for me. Shaking from the movement, there was an audible grunting sound, too, just a short distance away. I knew it was only getting closer to me. I had no idea what this thing would look like. I just knew it was massive. I also know that sound, that bark, it wasn't a person. Way too loud. It was not a bear, a cougar, elk, deer, or raven. Nor was a piece of machinery running in the quarry in the middle of the night. It was something big cutting through the quarry, coming from the beach, heading to the mountains before dawn. I don't know what it was, because I slowly walked back inside and looked out the window into blackness. I have since gotten a little braver and heard more suspicious sounds, but nothing as obvious as that night. I'm pretty positive that we'll find a few small troops of man-ape species from the Ice Age that still inhabit some nooks and crannies of the Northwest. Stay tuned. I grew up in the 80s, and my grandparents always came to our house for the holidays, but one year we had to go to theirs for Easter. That was the year my grandfather died, and he was too sick to travel at the time. I was 8, and my mom always talked about growing up in the country, but had never taken me out there herself. Not while I was old enough to remember, at least. I asked to go all the time, but there was always something else we had to do. Looking back, I understand she was just trying to keep me away from those woods. But I used to think that we were just really busy people. We drove out there that Sunday morning with plans to stay overnight and go home Monday, but we ended up leaving early. On the way, Mom warned me that the woods were filled with wildcats and wolves, so I wouldn't be allowed to go outside. That was pretty disappointing, since the whole reason I wanted to go was to play in the woods. I was old enough to understand my mom was an overprotective parent, but too young to recognize the genuine danger in a child wandering through the forest alone. After the holiday festivities ended, my cousins went home, and everyone was ready for bed. It was like 8 p.m. For the first time in my life, I didn't complain about an early bedtime. I stayed in my room long enough to make sure that everyone else had fallen asleep, and then I tried to sneak out my window, but it was nailed shut. It was surprising, but I didn't put any thought as to why, only that I now had to sneak out the back door. I took a flashlight, lighter, Snickers bar, and a bottle of water with me to feel like I was really going on an adventure, and then I crept out without being noticed. There was a small trail I followed into the woods. I have no idea how far I went, but I walked for at least 15 to 20 minutes before stopping by a fallen tree and trying to start a fire. I wanted to use the log as a bench like they do in the movies, so I set my stuff down and started gathering firewood. Soon, I had a small pile, and I used my candy wrapper as kindling, but once it was gone, the fire went out pretty quickly. I grew frustrated when my pile of damp limbs wouldn't stay lit. I chose to continue my journey instead. I pretended to be a big game hunter, searching for a grizzly bear, never dreaming I would actually run into a predator, let alone something out of a horror movie. A few minutes later, I heard growling ahead of me and froze in my tracks. That's when the danger really sank in. I didn't know what to do. So I tried to find the source with my light, but I couldn't see anything. Even so, the growl grew deeper and more menacing, like it was angry about the light. I was instantly nauseous. I really thought that I was going to puke. A surge of panic sent me running away, and the moment I turned around, something huge began moving through the treetops, chasing after me. It sounded big, like a big baboon. I was crying so hard that I couldn't see the ground in front of me, and I tripped over something that sent me sprawling. When I opened my eyes, I was flat on my back, staring straight up, and the flashlight was still in my hands. Without thinking, I pointed it into the trees. I saw a hulking black furry mass. It looked like a wolf, except it was the size of a man. I only caught a glimpse before it darted out of the light and retreated several feet away. But it continued to growl, like it wanted to tear me apart. I wasn't aware of it when everything was happening, but apparently I'd been screaming my head off the whole time. It woke everyone in the house. My mom and grandmother came running through the forest, wielding a shotgun, and found me lying there. Mom picked me up and rushed me away. Over her shoulder, I saw grandmother fire around into the trees. And there was a final loud snarl as we ran back to the house. I was in plenty of trouble, but on the way home the next day, I learned what happened to my mom in those woods. When she was 16, she had a similar experience, walking the same trail with a friend. They'd stayed out a little late, and it got dark before they could make it back. They heard a strange sound off the path and saw a tall black dog creature eating a huge buck. The animal was shredded, and the creature dug into the body with its human-shaped hands and long claws instead of using its teeth. That was the last time she went into the forest until she had to come save me. I understand why she didn't just tell me the truth, but I would have been far less likely to sneak out if she'd been honest. Probably. Either way, we both learned a valuable lesson from the experience. She never lied to me again, and I haven't been in any forest since that day myself. 2 years ago on Easter Sunday, I was living in a mountain cabin doing the homesteading thing. I finally had gotten back late at night after an entire day at my parents' house, and all I wanted to do was go to sleep. I grew up in the woods and slept outside more than inside, and I've always just really loved nature. If I had a choice, I was going to choose outdoors every time. It was the same with my cabin. I had a really nice bed, but I preferred taking my sleeping bag out to the gazebo. It was close enough to the stream to hear the running water, much better than any sleep noise app. In the 5 years I lived on that property, I genuinely can't begin to guess how many nights I spent out there without issue. There was never strange noises or tracks, aside from a few snakes and foxes. Nothing ever bothered my animals. It was just a really peaceful place to live. Then one night I woke up to what sounded like a small tree snapping in half. I thought a dead one had finally rotted through, but then I heard a set of footsteps. Something on 2 legs. I didn't have neighbors. The closest house was almost 10 miles away. No one should be in these woods. They were coming closer. I wanted to believe a hiker had gotten lost and found their way to my cabin. That was the only logical answer. But a cold dread surged through me with each step. I couldn't quite force myself to stand up. The bottom half of the gazebo was walled in, but the top half was just screened between the posts. Only when the footsteps were coming through the tree line could I finally bring myself to peek over the wall's edge. At first, there was only a tall silhouette moving towards me, but as it stepped into the moonlight, I began to notice certain features. Its eyes shined like an animal's, but it had the frame of a deformed, emaciated human. Its neck was too long, and its stick-thin arms hung lower than its waist. Its shoulders rose to a sharp point with every awkward step, and it definitely didn't have any hair or clothes. I sank back to the deck, afraid of being seen, and listened as it continued to draw closer. My heart was beating in my throat, and then stopped altogether when the footsteps came to a halt just a few yards away. They were replaced by the sound of heavy breaths, like the creature was searching out a scent, presumably my own. I didn't know if that thing would be afraid of me, or if it would try to attack. I didn't really want to find out. Enough time passed in this way for me to deeply regret not rushing inside when it was farther away. I could have at least reached my shotgun and stood a fighting chance, but now I was a sitting duck. I couldn't stop thinking about all of the people who've disappeared in the wilderness and wondering how many had only lost their way. It's easy to do, and it happens all the time. But what if some of these people had simply run into one of these things? When it finally began moving again, it had a strange sound that I'm not sure how to convey with letters. I don't even know what animal to relate it to. It certainly wasn't a human-made sound. This was more like a buck's mating call, mixed with an angry cat. And the figure passed directly next to the thin wall I hid behind. I kept expecting its hands to tear through the screen and pull me out of the gazebo, but it just kept going like it hadn't noticed me. I listened for at least another 10 or 15 minutes while it walked through my yard making those awful noises. Then it finally began moving back towards the forest. Once it gained a little distance, I worked up the courage to take another peek over the side. It had a strange curve to its spine. It stood, slightly hunched over. It would have been at least 8 feet tall had it been standing straight. It was moving slowly, but I continued watching it until it was completely lost in the forest. I planned to give it another 30 minutes before retreating inside, just to make sure it was really gone. But I still couldn't force my legs to work. I kept imagining that the creature had only pretended to leave so that it could draw me out, and I ended up staying in the exact same spot until the sun rose. Sadly, I was the last time I slept outside. I've had no desire to go into the woods at all since that day, and I sold my land a few months later. Now I live in a double wide on 2 acres, where my neighbors are on the same road as myself. It's not crowded like in the city, so I kept some of my privacy. It could definitely be worse, but I do miss my old life sometimes. Even so, I just can't bring myself to go back. Maybe in a few more years I'll be able to go camping with friends again, but seeing something like this, it really changes your perspective. Sometimes I try to convince myself that it was all just a bad dream, but deep down, I know I was wide awake for at least a couple of hours before the sun came up, and I didn't sleep again until the following night. There's just no way I imagined it. Has anyone else seen something like this, or know what it could be? Last night I left to go home from a camping trip in Arizona, and let me tell y'all, something scared the shit out of me. I was driving back home to Cali from the forest in Forest Lakes, Arizona with my boyfriend. Suddenly, we see a huge dog-looking creature with white and brown fur on it. It was running in and out of the trees on our left side. My boyfriend and I tried to slow down to see what the heck it was, but all of a sudden, when I barely can get a glimpse, it started sprinting at my car on my side. Mind you, I had the windows down. It was a cool night, but I shit you not, I freaking didn't hesitate to hit the gas pedal and get the fuck out of there. I didn't care to look back or anything. I had that gut feeling and wanted out. But yeah, weird situation. Does anyone know what the hell I might have seen? I know what a dog looks like, and animals in general, but this thing gave me a whole different vibe. Last fall, I went on a nighttime hayride. Not a spooky one. Well, it wasn't supposed to be spooky. It was supposed to be a scenic ride through a moonlit forest trail. I didn't even want to do it, but my best friend had got dumped the night before she planned to go. Tegan loves all the outdoorsy stuff. The stench of horses is basically her perfume. The ride started at 9, and the trail was a big loop that normally takes an hour to complete. But we were there through the following morning. All together with the driver and a young couple, we were a group of 5. Everything was completely normal for the first leg of the trip, but a few minutes before we arrived at the halfway marker, the guy across from me noted that the forest sounds had suddenly gone silent. There were no birds, no bugs, no rustling trees, nothing beyond the horses clomping in the squeaky wagon. I probably wouldn't have noticed it on my own, but once you do notice, there's no ignoring it. It takes a vast, heavy silence to cover an area that large. No one spoke again until we actually arrived at the halfway point. We were only stopping for a few minutes. There was a little bench for anyone who wanted to take pictures or just look around, and a bathroom. But as we started to climb back into the wagon, that strange, eerie silence was broken by a high-pitched scream. Both of the horses suddenly went crazy. The driver was just as shocked by their behavior as everyone else. He assured us that the scream had only been a bobcat, something that the horses heard on a regular basis. After several minutes of trying to calm the horses, they finally began to settle down, but the driver didn't want to risk an accident. Instead, he called his son to come get us in a pickup, and after giving us the update, he stepped away to make a second call. It was during that time that the rest of us heard a muffled cry from deeper in the forest. It was different from the bobcat scream. This was more akin to someone shouting for help with their mouth gagged. The 4 of us stared into the dark forest without moving for what felt like several minutes, until Tegan called out, "Hello? Is anyone there? Do you need help?"
Hello,
Anyone there? Help! The reply was instant, and though garbled, it was clearly a woman's voice. She sounded desperate, as if she'd been struggling against someone or something. I was getting ready to call 911 when the guy who sat across from me suddenly darted into the woods. His girlfriend called after him, but he didn't even spare a glance back. We heard him call out to the woman just once more, and then we never heard from either of them again. The driver noticed the commotion at the same time that his son was pulling up, and I'll never forget the look of sheer terror on his face as we explained the situation. We wanted to search the woods ourselves, but he wouldn't hear of it. He just said that it was too dangerous to go into that part of the forest after dark. Even search and rescue wouldn't come out until the next morning. But they never found any sign of that poor guy. I just don't understand so many things that happened that night. I don't understand how someone is right in front of you one minute and seemingly gone from the face of the earth in the next. After retiring last year, I moved to the cabin my late husband and I spent our summers in. It's surrounded by miles of forest on every side, and we stayed here for 2 months out of the year from 1988 to 2020, when COVID got Johnny. That year I hired a maintenance man to help with the upkeep, but I came back with my sister the following year. I hadn't actually been there alone until the move, but I didn't think it would be a problem. Nothing unusual or worse than a flat tire had ever happened in all those years, but this was my first winter in the cabin. When the snow came, something else came with it. There's no trash service way out here, so when my bins are full, I take them to the dump, but until then, they sit beneath my small carport. Of course, I have to buy the heavy-duty bins with locks so wildlife doesn't tear into them, but that had never been a big deal before. Then one morning, I woke to piles of trash scattered all over my yard, with a trail leading into the forest. I thought I must have just forgotten to lock one of the bins, but when I checked, both locks were still securely engaged. Something managed to rip open the sides and pull the trash out that way. I can't even imagine a beast strong enough to do such a thing, but judging by the evidence, it was something with extremely sharp claws. I called my son and he came out later that afternoon with new, extremely heavy-duty bins. These made the old ones look like cheap stuff, and John Jr. promised the biggest bear in the world wouldn't be able to get into them. He even offered to spend the night just to make sure everything was all right, and it was. We ate steak dinners, threw the bag of leftovers in the bin, and they were still perfectly intact the following morning. It seemed like everything was back to normal, but 2 weeks later, the new bins were destroyed as well. It happened the same night as an awful storm. I listened to the wind and thunder all night, just praying that I still had a roof when morning came. The cabin was fine, of course, but the bins weren't. The one with the steak scraps had been ripped open just like before, and trash was scattered everywhere with a trail leading into the forest at the same spot. John Jr. didn't believe me when I called. I don't blame him for thinking that it had to be the storm, but wind doesn't create claw marks and peel the metal back like a tin can. You would need power tools or some kind of heavy-duty machinery to replicate the damage done to those things. Not knowing what else to do, we called the police. We knew they wouldn't be able to do anything per se. We mostly just wanted their opinion, so we said that someone had vandalized my property in the night. The officer on the phone thought that it was storm damage too, but we convinced them to send someone in the end. An hour later, 2 policemen arrived and took our statements along with some photos, but they were only placating me by that point. I think they felt sorry for me. They were very kind, and they agreed this wasn't storm damage, but they also didn't think that it was done by a human. That much we agreed on. Even if it was possible, what would be the point of driving all the way to such awful weather just to tear apart an old woman's trash can? I certainly don't have any enemies. They had no idea what kind of animal could pull off such a feat either. but they called someone from the Wildlife and Fisheries Department. The game warden came out a few hours later. He took one look at the damage and went pale as a ghost. He'd seen a few similar incidents over the years, always during the winter, at other homes in the area. There used to be a good number of cabins and hunting lodges around here, but now there's only a handful left. Most were torn down or abandoned. When I asked what the other homeowners did about the problem, he said they moved away or stopped coming during the winter months. An elderly man used to have a cabin just a few miles from mine. When something started tearing his trash apart, he simply stopped leaving it outside. Then one night, a terrible blizzard blew through, and his family was unable to reach him the following morning. His son-in-law came to check on him and found the front door ripped off of its hinges, blood everywhere. A trail of it was followed into the forest, but no other traces of the old man were ever found. I just don't understand how no one is doing anything about it. The whole area should be closed off until this creature is killed. People have died. I could have died. I spent the rest of last winter with my son and his family, but it was just too crowded to stay there long term, and I can't bear to part with the cabin. I know it sounds silly after everything I've said, but my husband and I had such wonderful times here. Nothing remotely unusual has happened since my return, but now it's almost winter again, and I don't think I should be here when the first snow falls. Last winter, I got snowed in at a friend's cabin in the mountains when a freak blizzard hit. I was only supposed to be there for the weekend while I finished the final edits on a novel. That in itself wasn't too big of a deal. I always over-prepared, so I had plenty of food and water. The only thing I lacked were weapons. I shouldn't have needed one. It probably wouldn't have helped anyway, but at least I would have felt some illusion of safety. It wasn't rough living out there at all. The entire cabin was powered by a beast of a generator, and by some miracle, the water pipes never froze. Under normal circumstances, it would have made for a great vacation. But Sunday night, just after sunset, I heard a scream coming from deep in the forest. It sounded like some poor woman was being killed. I called the police, but the roads were completely impassable. They couldn't even send a helicopter over until the following morning, and by then, it would be too late. I couldn't stand the thought of sitting by a cozy heater while someone was dying right outside. Finally, I convinced myself that the woman could make it to me if only she knew I was there. It wasn't too difficult to dig my way out the window. The hard part was staying out there. I yelled as loudly as I could, my mind racing for a way to find this other woman, and I became so lost in thought that I almost didn't hear the reply. A faint, distant voice that sounded strangely familiar to my own came from the darkness, but I only understood the last few words. "Is someone there?" "Yes," I shouted back, instantly full of adrenaline. With only my phone for a light, I dared not to wander in after her and have us both be lost. Instead, I called back for her to follow the sound of my voice. After a few minutes passed with no further communication, I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. But then she answered again. "Hello? I'm here." I shouted louder than ever in my excitement, and soon I heard her moving through the brush. I ran a few feet into the tree line, meaning to meet her when she came into sight, but my legs nearly gave out when I saw what was actually coming towards me. I could just make out a cloaked figure. It was a humanoid-shaped patch of darkness, blacker than anything you've ever known. And in the place you would expect to see its eyes were two tiny, glowing red orbs. The greatest fear I've ever felt washed over me, and my flight or fight instinct chose to fly. I flew back into the cabin without turning back, and I had no clue if that thing was chasing me or not. I locked the door and checked every window without turning on a single light. and I waited there in the darkness. 2 hours later, I was finally beginning to relax when a set of heavy footsteps suddenly walked onto the little deck outside. They came up each step slowly, and the sharp thuds pounded in concert with my panicked heart. I knew it had to be that thing. It was impossible for anyone else to be out there. Nothing in the world could have made me open that door when the knocking started. At first, it was almost normal, like a neighbor at your door. But then it became desperate and violent. Eventually, I heard the woman's voice again. She was begging for me to let her in. The longer it continued, the more forceful the creature became. But finally, less than an hour before sunrise, it left. I heard it walk back across the deck, down the steps, and away from the cabin. When it was nice and bright outside, I dug my Explorer out of the snow, packed my bags, and nearly killed myself getting off that mountain. But I made it. By that night, I was safe and sound back in the city, where the only monsters are other humans. I live in Washington, but I don't want to say exactly where I was in case anyone tries to go there. I can't be responsible for that. Until recently, I never believed in Bigfoot or anything like that, because I've been camping at least 5 to 10 times a year for over a decade without seeing anything remotely unusual. I don't just go a few miles into the woods either. I hike for more than a day to get to some of my campsites. I was supposed to be on this last trip for 2 weeks, but I came back in less than 1. I got set up without any problems, but things started getting weird on day 3. I'd been fishing all afternoon and into the evening, and I started packing up my gear as it grew dark. The moment I bent over to close my tackle box, a large boulder hit the ground about 5 feet to my right. There were no cliffs or overhangs for it to fall from, so it had to have been thrown, but it weighed nearly 50 pounds. I couldn't see over the steep embankment, but I called out to make my presence known, and the only response I received came in the form of a second, larger boulder. I watched it sail through the air and land within a few feet of the first one. I thought someone must be playing with a homemade catapult and just be too far back to hear me, so I used my air horn. I was so startled by the whole thing that I didn't let go of it until my head was ringing. The silence afterward was loud in its own way, but no more boulders flew over the hill, and that's all that really mattered. Next, I went looking for the jackasses responsible, but I couldn't find any trace of other people being out there. It was too dark to continue searching, so I reluctantly returned to my camp, ate some dinner, and went to sleep. I figured whoever had been launching the rocks was scared away by the air horn and unlikely to return. But then I woke to the sound of 3 loud knocks. It sounded as if someone were hitting a tree with a wooden bat, hard. It hurt my hand just thinking about it. I heard it again, a few times later, and I went outside with my light. But I couldn't see anything. Just as I was about to give up, I heard it again. Only it was immediately followed by a second set, coming from a different direction. Whatever was out there had a friend. But I was all alone. I continued searching with my light, but never saw or heard anything until the next set of knocks sounded roughly 10 minutes later. The first round came from the north again, but the second round answered from directly behind me. I'd been surrounded. That's when I went from concerned to terrified. Then something in the forest growled so low and deep that it reverberated in my bones. Until that moment, I was certain it had to be humans messing with me. But I don't know anything that could make that sound. I don't even know an animal that could come close. A second growl, just as loud and menacing, answered the first. and the sound of broken branches told me it was moving closer. In an act of sheer desperation, I threw a whole book of matches onto the fire pit. I'd left it piled high with plenty of kindling for an easy start in the morning, and it flamed up instantly. Now, operating under the assumption I was dealing with some kind of creature, I sounded my air horn and threw every branch within reach into the fire. The footsteps stopped, and when I looked in the direction they came from, I saw a massive shadow standing in the densest part of the tree line. It was so big, I thought it was the outline of several trees tangled together, until I saw the shining red eyes, nearly 10 feet in the air. They didn't move or blink. They only stared at me, and their gaze felt heavy, like a weight on my soul. I don't mean to sound fanciful or anything, but whatever was looking at me through those eyes was pure evil. I could feel it. One more gut-churning growl sounded from behind me, and I turned towards it, simultaneously pressing the air horn as I did so, and when I turned back, the looming shape was gone. I didn't see or hear anything else that night, and I damn sure didn't go back to sleep. That morning, I checked the woods around my campsite and found footprints bigger than both of my feet combined. I'd never seen anything like that. I've always been a practical person, but I can't think of a single explanation other than Bigfoot. Regardless of what I encountered, I wasn't willing to risk a second meeting. I packed my things and hiked back to my Jeep without even stopping for food. Ultimately, I made it back with just 20 minutes to spare, and I've never been so grateful to leave the woods. I'm not saying I'll never go camping again, but I definitely need some time to reassess what I thought I knew about our world. My girlfriend and I live in an apartment complex at the edge of our small town in Illinois. Right next to us is a lively wooded area full of coyotes, deer, and lots of birds. Last night at 3 a.m., she went outside to grab a case of water from our car. She heard a girl's voice say, "Hello?" from the woods. She couldn't see, but she replied back with her own confused, "Hello?" Next, the voice asked, "Can somebody help me?" And it gave her the chills, so she ran back inside. Right before she entered the house, she heard it again, only this time it was closer, and it didn't sound like a girl's voice anymore. It didn't even sound real. After having time to think it over, she thought the girl's voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. I fully believe her because in the 2 years we've lived here, we've never talked about anything like this. Plus, I saw the shock on her face when she rushed inside. She was also out of breath. I thought she'd seen or heard a gunshot or something. She thinks it was a skinwalker. What do you think? I also read that you're not supposed to interact with it or share your encounter with anyone. Hopefully it'll be okay just to share this one instance if that's really what it is. I'm currently 36, divorced, and living in Nebraska, but I'm originally from South Dakota and still going back to spend Christmas with my parents. Except after what happened last year, I really don't want to go this year, especially not for the entire week. They left the suburbs for a bigger house in a rural area with lots of woods, and it's beautiful, but it's also friggin' terrifying. At first, I thought not having any neighbors was a plus. But now I'm constantly worried about them being out there all alone with whatever's in those woods. The cell service is shit too, so they can't even reliably call for help without sitting in a window. Last year I went up the Monday before Christmas weekend. It was pretty late when I got there, and right away I knew my parents were acting strange. They were jumping at every little sound and rushing me inside. I wasn't even allowed to unload the car. Dad was in the military for over 30 years. It takes a lot just to rattle him. so to see him actually afraid was truly concerning. But he and Mom kept insisting nothing was wrong. The next morning, they were back to their old selves, so I chalked it up to my late arrival and pushed it from my mind. Until the same thing happened that night as well. It was to the point where I started searching the local news stations to see if there was some kind of serial killer or escaped convict on the loose. But again, I got nothing. Thursday night was my breaking point. After realizing I'd left my charger in the car, I tried to go get it, but I was locked inside. Both doors had locks that could only be opened with a key. When I asked for it, Mom gave me her charger instead, just to see what they would do. I said I still needed my purse, and they both went rigid. Finally, I threatened to crawl through a window, and Dad said that he would get it himself. Then he opened the coat closet, grabbed his shotgun, and began peering out the windows. If Mom weren't behaving the same way, I would have thought that he was having flashbacks or something. I stopped him from going out. I didn't actually need anything else, and I couldn't stand seeing them both so frightened. But I did give them an ultimatum. Either they came clean, or I left for home first thing in the morning, because I no longer felt comfortable being there. When they finally told me, I didn't know what to think. Mom has always been a little superstitious, and she loves her ghost hunting shows, but Dad mocks anyone who believes in that stuff, like they should be locked in a padded cell. To hear him now say that a monster lived in their woods, that unto itself was terrifying. They had their first experience only 3 days after moving in. One of the main reasons Mom wanted to retire to the country was because she's obsessed with a couple of YouTube channels with raccoons. She planned to leave food by the woods and move it closer to the house as her new friends grew accustomed to her. Anyway, on the third night, Mom looked outside to see if anything had found the food, and she saw something looking at it from just inside the tree line. They hadn't had time to install the floodlights, but it looked to be the size of a raccoon standing up, so she got excited and called Dad over to watch too. Nothing happened for a few minutes, as if it was afraid of stepping into the open, but then the creature they believed to be standing on its hind legs suddenly stretched to its full height. It had only been crouching before, and now the shadowy creature stood taller than a grown man. The clear sky provided just enough light to see that it was definitely covered in fur, and a long arm reached out to pull back a branch blocking its way. Mom screamed, and the figure's head turned towards the house with a low growl before taking off through the woods. Mom believed it was Bigfoot, but Dad thought that it was some jackass in a costume, and he was pissed. He called the police, but they didn't want to send someone as nothing had actually happened, and no one was in immediate danger. The next morning, Dad went to look at the spot where they saw it, and they found huge footprints with only 4 toes on each. He wears a size 12. His own foot was swallowed by this thing's tracks. But what really confused him was how deep they were. If any regular person had worn something in order to make those prints, they wouldn't have been nearly as deep. Likewise, if someone had simply pressed something into the ground, it would have also appeared differently, and the perpetrator would have left their real tracks behind as well. The floodlights went up the next day, but nothing out of the ordinary happened for 3 more weeks. By then, they'd pretty much forgotten about the incident entirely, and Mom had finally gotten a couple of raccoons to come see her each night. Pebbles and Bam Bam wouldn't let her get close yet, but she was working on it. Well, they were showing up at pretty much the same time each night, but now they were suddenly nowhere to be found. Finally, she peeked out of the window and saw the creature eating the raccoon's steak fat and rib bones with its hands, like a person. She managed to stifle her scream and get Dad before it finished. Oh, and don't worry about Pebbles and Bam Bam, though. They went on to have a big family, and they visit all the time, but only when it's actually safe to do so. Anyway, Dad grabbed his shotgun and ran out onto the porch, still thinking that it was a person. He screamed for them to leave, or he would shoot. The creature dropped the food, turned towards him, and let out a guttural growl that sent chills down his spine. Its mouth opened wide to reveal a black tongue and huge yellow teeth. He said it almost looked like a gorilla, except it was built like a person, and it had big bald spots all over, like it had mange. That's when he realized it wasn't a costume, because no human could ever make a sound like that. He raised the shotgun as the creature charged and fired a round directly into its chest, but it just kept coming. He got inside, slammed the door, just as it leapt onto the porch. For almost 20 minutes, it scratched and banged on the door, before finally leaving. Dad called the police again, but knew better than to say they were being attacked by a monster. So he stuck with his costume story. They arrived a few minutes after the creature left, and only then did Dad go back outside. The officers didn't know what to make of the heavy doors, deep gashes, and splintered wood, but they took pictures and made a report. That happened the Sunday after Thanksgiving, and luckily, my parents replaced the door the following day because the creature came back more often after that, like it had a personal vendetta against my dad. So yeah, fast forward to my arrival, and they were pretty on edge by then, but they spent a lot of their retirement money on fixing that place up. They couldn't and still can't afford to move, so they didn't want to worry me. I really don't know what I thought when they first told me. It's such a wild story to take in, especially from your completely normal family, but any doubts I had were completely erased when I saw it for myself on Christmas Eve. It was just like they said. You just can't understand something like that until you've experienced it firsthand. We were opening presents and having a nice night when there was suddenly an awful banging on the side of the house. My mom sat staring into space. Dad hugged his shotgun, and I very quietly snuck a peek out the window. I wish so much that I hadn't, but I needed to know for sure. After 10 or 15 minutes, it left, and I didn't see it again, but I hated leaving my parents there like that. In the years since, they've started putting food right inside the tree line every few days. Sometimes it will eat and leave, and sometimes it'll disappear entirely for months at a time. But they still have the occasional attack, and I'm absolutely terrified of going back. They've gotten so used to it that they just keep insisting it's safe. But I just can't get on board with normalizing this insanity. I know I'll end up going in the end, but it makes me feel better to pretend I might not, and to finally get all of this off my chest, so thanks for listening. And Merry Christmas. Be safe out there, especially if you're traveling. When I was a kid, we lived next to a really big creek, and my dad would regularly take me to swim or look for fossils. We were in a rural area, so there weren't any other houses or people around. I'm not sure it has an actual name, but we always called it Riley's Creek, even though we have no clue who Riley is. My favorite area was a big swimming hole beneath an old bridge. For the most part, you could walk through the water anywhere you wanted and never go deeper than your ankles. But this was one of those sweet spots. I'm a lover of all animals, so I always paid attention to noises around me. Raccoons and deer were a common sight, but I was mostly looking for beavers. I enjoyed helping them build their dams, but looking back, I'm now realizing I probably did more harm than good. If nothing else, I'm sure they didn't appreciate my scent in their territory. Oh well, this isn't about beavers. This is about something much larger that I still can't identify. While I played in the swimming hole, Dad looked for fossils, but then he realized his beeper was still in the truck. It was so much faster for him to simply run back and get it rather than dragging me along. Some of the terrain was pretty rugged for an 8-year-old, and he had to carry me for those sections. Ultimately, he decided that I could be alone for a few minutes. It was the 90s after all, so he went without me. From where I sat in my big swimming hole, he had to walk up a steep hill to my left. On my right was the forest, and there was no place to get out on that side. Just a steep embankment and the overgrown tree line. It's important to understand we're discussing two completely opposite directions. It was impossible for my dad to be in the woods, especially so fast. He was only out of my sight for a minute, probably less, when his voice called my name from the forest next to me. I was looking up the steep embankment and into the branches of the overhanging trees, rather than actually seeing into the woods. So I was completely blind from my spot. At first, I assumed I heard wrong, that Dad had simply returned to take me with him after all, but I didn't see him while crawling out of my swimming hole. I stood with my back to the dense forest and watched the place that Dad should have been standing, but there was still no sign of him. Then I heard, "Hey, Emma." It was definitely behind me, and definitely his voice. But the way he said it was weird. The inflection made it sound like a question, as if he wasn't sure it was me. But who else would it have been? When it happened, I turned around with a startled cry and scanned the area with desperate urgency. But the only thing I saw were jumbles of green and brown. I moved a few feet further down, but came to a dead stop when a pair of footsteps also began walking through the woods in the same direction. They stopped when I stopped, and as I turned back to the forest, I saw something too big to be human move behind a tree. It was on two legs, and there are no bears out in our area. And even if there were, that wouldn't have explained how it spoke. It called my name once more, only that time it sounded angry. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wasn't sure how long Dad had been gone, but he should have at least been on his way back now. I thought if I raced to the truck, I would run into him sooner rather than later, but then I worried whatever was in the woods might chase me, and I wasn't sure how fast I could get up that hill. It was steep and overgrown with sticker bushes. I'd always needed help getting up and down. In the end, I settled for slowly backing away as quietly as possible. If it turned out that I had to run anyway, I wanted as much of a head start as I could possibly get. All the while, my eyes never moved from the tree where I saw the figure disappear. I'd gone 3 or 4 yards when it suddenly stepped out from its hiding spot, and I had a clear view. It looked like a deer standing on its hind legs, but with arms and hands. It had antlers, but its head was mostly human-shaped aside from its nose and mouth. I mean, I was a terrified child, so maybe the face can be explained by a mask. But there was something really wrong with its body. I only saw it for a few seconds before breaking into a full run, and I didn't start screaming until it dropped into the water with a loud splash. I had just made it to the bottom of the hill and was starting my way up when my dad appeared at the top. Out of breath, with a wild look in his eyes, he saw that I was clearly in a state of total panic, but couldn't figure out why. When he failed to scream and run away, I looked back to see that the creature was gone, or hiding, and I didn't want to be there when it came out again. Dad didn't want to leave without knowing what had happened, and he's an extremely logical man. I wasn't playing the game where he made me look under the bed to prove that nothing was there. So I said that a weird man tried to get me to follow him into the woods. We left really fast after that, and we didn't go back again, which was fine with me. I've never actually told him the truth just because I know that he wouldn't believe me. He would say that I just let my overactive imagination ruin one of my favorite places. But I know what I saw. That thing had antlers and stood on 2 legs. I was done with that creek. Period. My mom told me a story of when her and my great-uncle Hector went caving. The year is 1990, and in the midst of a grueling final semester of my mom Maria's senior year of college, her grades were at the lowest they'd ever been. She was going to flunk out of college unless she thought of something pretty fast. My great-uncle Hector worked at an REI and was an experienced rock climber and caver. She knew he was out on the trails every weekend. Hector was pushing 70, but acted like he was 20. One Friday night, they're on the phone together, and Maria's telling him her worries about failing her natural science class. That's when Hector had an idea. He said that new passages are always being discovered in caves, some big, some small. He was going on a hike this weekend. He suggests that she asked her professor if this cave exploration could count as some sort of credit. Maria had never set foot inside a cave before, but they thought that if they could find a new area in this cave, they could pull Maria's grade up to a passing grade. Hector seemed confident in the possibilities, feeling more comfortable with using an anonymous questionnaire on her professor's online messaging board rather than in person. Maria received a response on the message board from her professor, whose message was enthusiastic. Happily, he was accepting the student's mysterious wager. He replied, "If anyone can find a new cave passage, species, or insect or animal, while successfully recording and or documenting themselves in or at the place that they find it, I'll be happy to bump their grade up a grade and a half." Another message quickly popped up adding, "Don't kill yourself over a grade this weekend. You'll be able to make up credits by taking summer school classes." This was Maria's last year of college. In that summer, she had just landed her first job as Snow White, a cast member on one of the new Disney cruise ships. That ship wasn't sailing if my mom failed her senior year. Well, it would be sailing, just not with my mom on it, unless she brought her grade up. And in her words, dying in a cave would have been better than spending the rest of her life in Medford. After seeing her professor's response, Maria called Hector back, telling him that she would be accompanying him on the hike tomorrow. Hector packed their backpacks with lunch and supplies for the excursion that was planned on lasting the afternoon. It takes them hours to even reach the mouth of the cave. By that point, Maria's already gassed out. But Hector's already getting on his headlamp and beginning to crawl into a small, knee-high rock opening. Not wanting to slow down his pace, Maria quickly got on her headgear and followed after. When they got into the cave, the first room they crawled into was a large open area with 4 or 5 different passages. She slowly walks behind Hector as he takes one of the passages. Maria and Hector would then climb steep rock walls, squeeze through narrow openings, and jump crevasse gaps in the pitch black. Following a pitch black path only Hector knew, Hector told Maria that the area he was looking for would be coming up soon. Both of them were extremely hungry from all the movement and decided to take a quick lunch break in the next open cavern they found. After some more tight squeezes, they entered a large room with a rock wall that reached further than either of their beams of light could reflect. Hector lets out a victorious yahoo that echoes all around them. Then they found a big flat rock to sit on and dig into the meals that Hector had prepared. With a small pen light, Hector shows Maria a map of the cave they're in, showing her where they've been and where they plan to go next, circling 3 spots that could potentially break off into other chambers. While Maria sits pretending to know what Hector's talking about, all she can think about is her future cruise in the summer sun. A sharp contrast from where she currently was. As Hector's drawing a line across the map, he suddenly stops and tells Maria to stop chewing. She sits there frozen with a bite of food in her mouth. It looked like he was listening for something. Hector tells her to turn off her headlamp. Maria flips her switch at the same time that Hector flips his. And then they're both sitting quietly, silently, in the damp, dark cavern, listening. Maria still didn't know what this was all about, but she didn't dare to interrupt the air around them. Then she heard it. "Help me!" Maria started to whisper, "Did you?" but gets cut off by Hector's shh. Making sure to stay completely still, Maria goes back to listening to the voice, and again, after a few moments of sitting in silence, they start hearing this voice calling out to them. It's saying, "Hello, hello, help me, help me." Maria is about to stand up and call out to it, but almost predicting Maria would do that, Hector reaches over and rests his hand on her shoulder with light pressure. Then the voice that they're hearing begins to change and distort until it's a completely different sounding person calling for help. The words and sentence patterns start to change. What's now echoing off the walls was like human speech, but it kept cycling through different voices, and none of the words were real words. Then they hear this talking begin to increase in volume. It was getting closer to where they were, but with the sound bouncing off the hard surfaces all around them, they weren't able to pinpoint where it was coming from. They knew whatever it was, or whoever it was, they knew that they were there. Now the only question would be if they could see Hector and Maria sitting still on the rock. For a brief moment, the voice stops. They're still listening to narrow in a direction that it could be coming from. Maria sits on the cold rock, absolutely terrified. She's having a hard time controlling her breathing. Hector keeps his hand on her shoulder. Neither of them can see each other, but Maria can feel the tightening of Hector's grip, and she can tell he's afraid too. Then they hear something crawling around the rocks, and it sounds like it's coming from directly above them. Maria's looking into the same black as any other direction that she could look, and she starts to pray in her head, praying to God that whatever this thing was, it would just turn around and crawl in any other direction but down. But sure enough, as it started to repeat nonsense words, they heard it begin to make a slow descend towards where they were. While it was talking, Hector leans over and tells Maria that on the count of 3, he's going to turn his headlamp on, and they're going to run. Don't grab anything, just focus on staying as close to him as possible. Then Hector whispered, 1, 2, 3. His headlamp turns on, and the white light blinds Maria for a second, but she doesn't have time to stop. Hector doesn't look up. He doesn't turn around. He's just making his way back, retracing where they'd entered from. As they're squeezing through the crack, Hector's ahead of Maria, but they can both hear the creature's noises, getting more animated and loud. In the dark, they hear what sounds like a loud slap echo through the open cavern. Whatever it was that had been hunting them had just moved from the wall of the cave to the floor. Hector pushed his way through and started pulling Maria the rest of the way through. When they heard the footsteps begin running in their direction, they really panicked. It sounded like a person running on gravel. Maria held onto the back of Hector as they navigated the twists and turns back in the direction from which they'd come. Eventually, the sound of their pursuer died off, and they could slow down. When they exited the mountain, it wasn't until halfway down that Maria remembered she'd just left all of her school supplies and any hopes of a passing grade in the cave. As the adrenaline wore down, Hector's fear turned into a sort of fascination, like an epiphany. He concluded that most Native American cryptids explore the forests, but primarily reside inside the infinite amount of cave systems located throughout the land, entering and exiting through hidden passages no one's dared attempted to squeeze into. His hypothesis turned into infatuation and obsession. During that summer, my mom had to make up credits. Hector instead went back to the cave system with a friend, twice. Once he was successful in the trip, even bringing back samples which he initially had no idea what to do with, but eventually sorted that out and decided to go back. He returned a second time with the same friend. Tragically, that time, Hector's friend would return saying that Hector had lost his footing and fallen in a crevasse. My mom says the hardest part for the family was the fact that they were never able to recover his body from the caves. Personally, I stay far, far away from those things. Growing up, my family's property in Michigan sat against vast woods. My parents would speak of strange occurrences, unsettling stories that they'd heard about the woods. Things like people's pets going missing, seemingly vanishing into thin air, in good numbers too. Stories of brave men being chased off their own property. My dad said that he could see the terror in the men's eyes as they recounted their encounters with a creature that they referred to as the Dog Man. Were they just stories to scare me and my friends? Not likely. These trees hold secrets. Or, hear the whispers of the leaves? That's Mother Nature. These are things that my mom would say. She was sort of that way, easygoing, if you will, nature type, be kind to earth, that type of thing. My dad, on the other hand, he had his own feelings about the woods. Not all the woods, just ours. He didn't go out there much, and even kept a loaded shotgun nearby whenever we were outside, especially at night. All these precautions I didn't fully understand until later, but regardless, these woods were both a playground and an enigma. The towering trees created a sanctuary, often filled with birds and squirrels, a scurrying deer here and there. Go a bit deeper and you'll find black bears, wolves, and the mammoth of them all, the moose. Most of these animals are more or less wary of people. It usually takes going into their space to see them. All in all, the woods felt inviting during the day. Nightfall, however, it brought a symphony of both terrifying and unsettling sounds. Howls through the silence, echoing, accompanied by rustling branches, crunching leaves, all creating some sort of haunting melody, one that's hard to ignore, especially after this night. This story is about my first and only encounter. The night childhood innocence collided head-on with the uncanny. My friends and I were sitting around a fire that had been lit for likely hours. We'd been sharing laughter and harmless banter, unaware of the horrors that awaited us that night. My parents' house stood just a few paces away from the fire pit. And I recall a couple of times that night my dad asking us what all the yelling was about. Just being loud kids. As we exchanged stories of crushes and making fun of one another for those very crushes, our joyous night took an unexpected turn. Without warning, my dog, Tato, darted away from our spot and toward the woods. This was highly unusual, as Tato was typically obedient and seldom strayed far from my side. As Tato charged towards the looming woods, tail raised high in a defensive stance, I felt a legitimate wave of fear wash over me. One of my friends, unfazed by the dangers that potentially lurked in the woods, playfully dashed after Tato, imitating his movements in a foolish attempt to coax him back. Concern had officially gripped me, and I too sprinted toward the woods in an attempt to prevent either of them from going too far. As I reached the edge of the woods, my stomach twisted in a knot. Tato's growls were laced with both defiance and terror. He had entered the woods, and though dark, I could still see him, holding that defensive stance. I told my friend to stay back, only he laughed this off. He passed me and stood next to Tato, innocently requesting that he come back, that he leave it, whatever it was. Drawing closer, I saw something that surely defied all logic. Amid the darkness, in front of us but further back, stood a creature like none I'd ever seen before. Its massive, brawn-like frame was covered in wiry black fur. My eyes widened, fixated on its stance. Upright. It stood as though it was a person, but the shape of its head, it wasn't human at all. But it was also like no wolf I'd ever seen, and certainly like no dog I'd ever seen. Suddenly, I realized it was looking in our direction, but its eyes, reflecting in the moonlight, they were an otherworldly red hue. I knew then and there I was face to face with the Dog Man. The realization hit me like a freight train, and terror surged through my veins. An ungodly scream erupted from my throat, almost involuntarily. Only when I stopped screaming had I realized my friend was screaming too. Sensing imminent danger, he turned to me with fear-stricken eyes I'd never seen, and I knew without words what we needed to do. "Run," I screamed, my voice trembling with urgency. Legs pumping, hearts pounding, we sprinted away from that creature, Tato eventually getting ahead of us and going straight for the back door. My other friend had been watching everything from the safety of the fire pit. But once we all ran right past him, he too started running. As we reached the safety of my parents' house, gasping for breath, I knew deep inside that my life had changed. The dog man had just basically entered my backyard. For the next hour, maybe two, my dad sat in a camping chair with a lantern and a shotgun in front of those woods. He didn't see it for himself, but I always knew he believed me. We didn't let Tato outside alone ever anymore. Couldn't risk him running off with one of us not around to see him. I wasn't going to let my dog become a local statistic. After that night, the terrifying image of that creature would forever remind me that there are many hidden horrors in the woods. And I've always felt I didn't need to explore the ones in the heart of Michigan. As an adult, I'm perfectly happy and content living in the heart of the city instead. So, first of all, please excuse my ignorance with certain matters, but I'm desperate for answers. I've never really been into scary stuff at all, so I've never browsed these topics. But I'm hoping someone has an idea of what I saw. In case it matters, I'm a 23-year-old female, and I just moved to Oregon 6 months ago. I'm originally from Maine, so obviously that's been an adjustment, but in a good way. I love my new home and job. I've made amazing friends, and I'm dating someone new. But then there's this other thing. Well, first, before you suggest it, you should know that I've never had any mental health issues. I've never been depressed or overly anxious. If anything, I had the most normal, boring life you could possibly imagine, until recently. I live in a semi-wooded but suburban area. I have neighbors, but we have a small stretch of woods between us. We aren't exactly far apart, but we aren't on top of each other either. I decided to plant a few flower beds in a small garden in the backyard, which obviously required spending a significant amount of time outside. It was never a problem to work during the day, but as it grew darker, I would hear something moving around in the woods. It sounded too heavy to be a raccoon or anything like that, so I thought it was one of my neighbors, and that kind of freaked me out, especially since the later it got, the closer it seemed to come. That part really freaked me out, so I started gardening as early as possible, but my work schedule wasn't always very sensitive to this necessity. Even so, I got it done, and my garden grew just fine. The first time I actually laid eyes on the thing making all of this noise was a couple of days before the first tomatoes would be ripe enough to pick. I had been excited about the prospect, and as a result found myself staring through the patio doors more and more. Except, on this night, something else was back there too. At first I wasn't sure what I was seeing, so I turned on the floodlights, but then I couldn't believe what I was seeing. In the middle of my backyard was an extremely pale humanoid figure, crouched down on all fours, but it looked to be about the size of a large man. It had no nose, no mouth, but there was a shining green eye in the center of its forehead, with two more on either side of its head. Maybe they weren't eyes, but they were glowing. I've never been so terrified in all of my life. I called 911 and got as far as, "Help, there's a..." before realizing what I would sound like if I told the truth. Ultimately, I worried they wouldn't send anyone if it sounded like a prank, so I said there was a strange man in a mask crouched in my backyard. I desperately wished for it to be the truth, but I just didn't see how any human's arms could be that long. I hid in a closet until the police arrived. They searched the woods around my house, but whatever I'd seen was gone. The officer said it was probably just a neighborhood kid fooling around, and to call back if I saw anything else. Well, there wasn't anything else until 3 nights later. I was sleeping, but the sound of the squeaking floor began to seep into my dreams, and the long creak of the bedroom door brought me back to reality. I didn't move at first. My mind was too foggy to immediately comprehend the danger behind such sounds, but my eyes soon shot open with the harsh realization, and I screamed at the sight before me. The creature was standing in my doorway, just watching. It didn't move, and neither did I. Aside from being frozen with fear and shock, I also worried it might charge at the first sign of any disturbance. I'm not sure what time it was when this happened, so I can't say for sure how long we stayed like that, but it was almost 4 a.m. when the thing finally left. It backed out into the hallway without ever taking its eyes away from me, and I listened as it made its way out the door. Ever since that night, I've kept everything locked and placed a burglar bar on my sliding glass door. So far, it hasn't gotten back inside, but I've seen it in my yard twice since then. The last time was just 2 nights ago, and I know it's going to keep coming back. I also know I sound like a lunatic, but I have no clue what I should do next. Can anyone help me? I was a school bus driver from '83 to 2001. I worked for a small school district out of Western Washington. In our state, when we're approaching train tracks, it's required by law to stop, fully open our doors, and listen for trains before continuing our route. This must be completed regardless of children being present on the bus or not. The reason the law was enacted is a story all on its own. Happened in Sandy, Utah, December 1st, 1938. There had been a snowstorm blowing through Sandy all day. Farrelled Slim Silcox was a school bus driver taking a group of 39 students to Jordan High School. At 300 West and North 1600 South, there used to be a railroad crossing. It no longer exists, but the tracks and metal boxes were left behind, and they're still there to this day. When Slim arrived at the crossing, he stopped to look for a train by looking through the windows. The law at the time only required bus drivers to stop and look. Slim briefly swiveled his head back and forth, glancing from his side window to the other door windows. Then, after he thought the coast was clear, he put his foot back on the gas. The bus chugged up and slowly started to crawl over the tracks. As Slim began to cross, a train collided with the school bus, hitting it at 60 miles per hour. A train called the Flying Ute. It'd been headed north from Denver, running an hour late because of a blizzard. The train would drag the twisted metal close to a half mile before it could stop. Mr. Silcox and 23 students died that day. This accident went on record as the worst school bus accident recorded in U.S. history. So, one night, I'd just dropped off a high school basketball team after they'd had an away game in the next county. Smaller schools usually have to go further for their games because the schools they play against are also small and in rural districts. This night, we'd gotten back to their school a little after midnight. I dropped the team off, waited for them to all enter or get in their cars or go into the school with their coach. It's not a law, but I like to make sure I don't leave any kids stranded in a dark parking lot. Then I'm supposed to drive back to the bus barn to park the bus and get my own car to go home. It was a 5-mile stretch from the school to the bus barn, down a long 2-way road. As you may have guessed, I come across a railroad crossing just south of town. I usually make this trip in the late afternoons, but when the sports season starts up, it wasn't that uncommon for me to be dropping off the bus at this late at night, once or twice a week. Technically, this night was nothing special. I get to the tracks, and I pop open the folding doors. It's a quiet night, and as I scan in both directions for oncoming trains, I see a golden retriever trotting down the tracks towards me. I left my door open, watched this big dog walk all the way up to the bus, sit outside the folded doors. It didn't attempt to get in, it just sat there, stared up at me. I assumed this pretty golden retriever had come from one of the random neighborhoods that were scattered up and down the tracks. I was about to take off my seatbelt to check its tags, but as I stared back, through its gaze, I heard a question enter my thoughts, spoken from an inner voice that wasn't mine, asking. In a man's voice, I'm a woman. It came in so clearly that I actually checked the clock on my dashboard, turned back to the golden retriever, and said out loud, "It's 1:45. After I responded, the absurdity of what I thought had just happened made me chuckle to myself. Until the dog calmly stood up, went around the front of the bus where I couldn't see it. Not wanting to run this dog over when I started driving, I got out and checked to see if it was now sitting in front of the bus, as I didn't see it emerge on my driver's side when it crossed. It was gone. I got on my hands and knees and checked under the bus, but it's like it just disappeared. This was when the whimsical nature of all of this transformed into a creepy feeling deep in my stomach, prompting me to get out of there in a hurry. After I dropped the bus off and retrieved my car, I had to go back over those tracks on the way home. But I didn't slow down this time. I didn't see the dog again. Not on my way back, and not when I've had to make the same late-night trip countless more times during my career. But I'm grateful about that one. For weeks after meeting that dog, I'd questioned my mental sanity, but thankfully, never had another symptomatic episode where I thought I was crazy. So, to the strange golden retriever I'd met on the train tracks that night, I'm sure you were the goodest boy, but let's not meet again. I'll preface this by saying I now live in Melbourne, Australia, but I lived in California for 3 years between 2015 and 2018, and I've got a story. My potential skinwalker encounter was in September 2016. I had finished summiting Mount Whitney, California, and had been doing months of training to do it. Early in the evening, when I got back down from the mountain, I went into Lone Pine to get some food and get ready for the drive back to LA. But before that, I went to the Alabama Hills scenic area, just outside of town, to sit and eat some food and marvel at the 1,400-foot mountain I'd just summited with my team. As the sun set, I turned to the side, and behind a small hill was an old, homeless-looking man in ragged clothes, grimy hair. He stood there, slightly slumped and motionless. Inside my mind, I was shitting myself, because to me, something seemed extremely off, and my gut feeling was telling me to get out of there. But I tried to stay composed, asked him if he wanted any food or anything. He stayed as still as a statue, and didn't respond. I gave him a few more opportunities to respond before telling him I'm not staying here any longer, and I started to move back to my car. I hurried up the process quickly and started the engine, put my seatbelt on. When I looked back up, the man wasn't there, and instead, it was now a half-deformed-looking coyote, which made an ear-piercing scream and stood on its hind legs. It would have been 6 feet. I backed it in reverse and floored it out of there, and it kept up with me for at least 200 meters. I'm pretty much convinced that it was a skinwalker. I know they're technically only in Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado even, but these things probably don't know what borders are. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up in California and Nevada as well. When I was 15, my friend called me wanting to take a few days off of school. His family was taking a trip to California to experience Universal Studios. I lived in Arizona and had never been to California before, but I was definitely ready to go. I get my parents' permission to go and spend about a day at his house, because we would have had to leave early the next day as to not waste a day just wandering around. So we'd take about a day to drive there, spend a full day there, and hit the road again. Driving home, my friend's sister's brother, he himself, are asleep, so everyone except for my friend's parents and me. On the drive home, it's nighttime. There's a long line of cars due to the out-of-state travelers, so I found myself just looking out the window, at first at the cars, and then just next to the vehicle. As I move my gaze, I see a figure. At first, it looks about 5 or 6 feet tall. Then, maybe even 7 feet tall. Skinny. Almost resembles a coyote, but really sick-looking. Just crouching behind a bush or something on the side of the road. I remember watching it as it started to poke its head out, as if it was trying to get a better look at me. It looked as if it had little to no ears, which really caught me off guard. And then, its eyes. It had these white eyes, like a zombie or something dead. Not sure what happened, but something made it turn its head to the side, and I could see that its eyes were actually sunken in. And there was a patch of what I would guess you'd call skin, but appeared more as deep flesh, with small amounts of skin scattered about, shades of black or brown. There were hairs which looked fake, and matted down fur on its face and head. Its neck, it looked like it had a gunshot hole, and hanging down was a rotting piece of flesh, I assumed. Maybe something was eating something. But I focused on what I was seeing, using the taillight's glow to examine the creature further. Its cheeks were torn and rotting as well. It looked like blood or some sort of substance was draining from its jaw. A mouth full of large, damaged, bloody teeth. This creature then stood up slowly, still looking at me while doing so. Then turned and walked almost a straight path. After that, I just sort of stared ahead, not to the side any longer. I tried to sleep like everyone else, but I couldn't. I was feeling more paranoid than ever. I stayed up watching videos on my phone until eventually we weren't on the road any longer. I've never spoken about this to anyone else since it happened. For a bit of background, my dad built our house by himself over a roughly 3-year period. The property he bought was practically all forest, so there was a lot of stuff to be cut and cleared. When he finished, I got to choose my room first since I'm the oldest, and I chose one with an ocean view. This came with a downside, though. The sun shined directly into my room, making it the hottest in the house. And this is important, because it's what led me to encountering this thing. It was the beginning of an abnormally hot summer when we moved in, so I slept with my windows open, which wasn't a common occurrence. I fell asleep somewhat early and didn't dream very much, but I woke up between 1 or 2. I wasn't sure why. I'm normally in a deep sleep, but then I noticed something weird. There's a plug in my wall that glows with bright green and red lights, but I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything except for the ceiling. Even without my contacts, I knew something was wrong. Then I realized there was something in my room. As my eyes adjusted, I could tell that this thing was huge. It was stooped over, almost bent in half, and it was definitely humanoid. From the way the light shined in, I saw that it had super long arms and legs. Its legs were pressed against its chest, almost like the fetal position, and its arms were at least the length of my bed. At first, I tried to think rationally. I thought it must be a dream, so I tried the trick that I've used before, and I shoved my thumb through my palm. When I'm dreaming, there's little to no resistance, but nothing happened this time because I wasn't dreaming. It wasn't a hallucination or sleep paralysis either, because I could still move. Plus, my room was still fairly empty. There's no way it could have been a jacket or anything like that. This was real. I was so terrified, I didn't move for nearly an hour. I was frightened that the thing would kill me, or worse. Occasionally, it would twitch or move its head. Otherwise, it just stared at me. Eventually, my eyes became better adjusted, and while I couldn't see many new details, I did see the part that freaked me out the most. Its eyes. They were extremely reflective and yellow, like an owl's. I knew I needed to do something. I didn't have a phone at 13, but I had a clock with a bright display that lit up my room quite a bit. I started easing towards it, but when I was about halfway to the button, that thing finally moved. It stuck its hands out of the window and literally unfolded itself. It even closed the window behind itself, and I heard it climb onto the roof before jumping into the woods. My parents came in the next morning to find me curled up in a ball on my bed, completely sleep-deprived, staring at a single closed window. Ever since that night, even if it's hot as hell, I cannot and will not sleep with any windows open. And to this day, I still don't know what that thing was. It wasn't anything like a Bigfoot, but I have two theories. It was either a woodland creature that claimed my room as a nest before I moved in, or it was some kind of dark spirit that attached itself to me. Either way, this was an actual encounter I had, and I just felt like sharing. Feel free to comment with any ideas for what it could possibly be. I genuinely have no clue. A few years ago, I lived with my grandparents in the backwoods area, mostly known for its bears. I saw these bears often, but was never in serious danger. They would get scared and run off. However, there was one encounter that I found very strange. In the living room, we have a sliding glass door that opens into the backyard, which is right in front of the woods. On Friday, between 11 and midnight, I was laying on the couch watching TV until a sudden sense of paranoia washed over me. It felt like I was being watched, but I was diagnosed with paranoia, so I ignored the feeling and reminded myself it wasn't real. Around 15 minutes later, there came the sound of several knocks on the glass door. I obviously was terrified and I ran to wake up my mom. She said if it happened again, wake her up. So I closed the door's curtains and I laid back down. 5 minutes later, there was another series of knocks, but much longer this time. I woke Mom and she woke my dad. Grabbing his gun and flashlight, he went outside to check around. When he came back, he said it was probably just a bear or some other wild animal, and I took his word for it. But this time, I laid down in my parents' room. I know that it could have been an animal, but I've always had a bad feeling about those woods and the house itself. I had another experience when my cousins and I were inside a house that was under construction after a hurricane hit our town. We entered with our flashlights at roughly 8 or 10 at night, and we were walking into different rooms when my flashlight suddenly died. This was before the other experience, so I didn't get scared or think too much of it. I went to find my cousins, but as I was leaving the room, I noticed a pair of glowing orbs. I ran out, scared, rushed to find my cousins. When I explained what happened, they thought it was a wild animal, so I shrugged it off and went home. What do you guys think? I think it probably was a wild animal, but I wanted to hear others' opinions. So I have a story that happened to me a few nights ago. I couldn't sleep, so I was still awake at 3 a.m. watching movies on Netflix. Then all of a sudden, I heard a loud scream. At first, I thought it was my neighbors, so I opened the blinds and the window to see what was going on. I couldn't see anything, only the other houses and cars. The screaming went on for 5 minutes, and I thought maybe it was a fox, but not quite. The screaming was too distorted to be an animal. I looked a little closer down towards the woods when I saw it. It looked like a fox, but it didn't have a tail and had almost human-like eyes. As soon as I spotted it, it spotted me. It let out one last scream before it went back into the woods. I instantly ran down to my door to get my cat inside because I wasn't sure if it would be back or not, and I didn't want him to get hurt. Not even an hour later, the screaming was back, only this time it was closer and louder. I looked out my window again, and there it was, sitting in the field, looking up at my window. It just stared at me, and I stared back. It sat there for 10 minutes before it heard a car and scattered off back into the woods. This morning, I asked my parents if they heard it, but none of them did. I have a feeling it will be back tonight, so I'm going to wait and see if it will be, and I'll be making sure to keep my cat inside. I don't know what it was, but I hope it never comes back again. Update. It came back again last night. It always seems to come at 3 a.m. and scream outside my window. It wasn't alone this time. It had friends. I don't know what it wants, but I know it can't be good. I'm just glad that I'm in a 3-story building, and I pray that it can't climb walls. It was about 8:30 p.m. While taking out the trash at work with a coworker or roommate, a large dog approached us. It seemed to be galloping. It wasn't walking normally, like an animal should. Despite the many surrounding lights, the dog appeared to be entirely black. It was silhouetted just enough that you could see its muscle definition. I could see a slight reflection in its eyes, and it seemed to lack a shadow. My roommate and I both expressed having different experiences and visions of the dog. When I initially saw the dog, I interacted saying, "Aw, dog," in excitement. For me, it proceeded to sit entirely still on the cement, staring like a statue. What I saw was a large, fluffy, black dog, lazy ears, similar to a Newfoundland dog. My roommate expresses seeing the dog as a large, very muscular, aggressive-looking black dog that stood rigid the entire time, staring like it wanted to attack. It was short-haired, muscular, and had pointed ears. I jokingly stated that the dog looked like a skinwalker, not really anticipating that anything would happen. Then, we immediately felt a wake of dread fall over us. Something was wrong. We both saw the dog's jaw open, almost as if it was about to bark. We heard a distant yet extremely clear, high-pitched yell saying, "Come here." The dog immediately turned to take off. We turned around the corner. The creature was unreasonably far up the road for the short amount of time that it was not being observed. It was wobbling, crossing its paws, walking oddly. When it turned left around the corner, it seemed to nearly stand up on its hind legs. Walking on two legs, just before passing around out of sight. The rest of the night was just as interesting. We had trouble with certain objects, slightly moving places, nudging a bit, settling. It quickly became more aggressive, and then, just as we're about to leave, we heard a loud and persistent knocking coming from the front of the store. We quickly went to our cars. On the drive home, I tried to blast music and ignore what I'd seen. I heard whispering coming from my back seat. I couldn't quite make out the words. It just sounded like whistling, almost. But get this, I saw a random antique clawfoot bathtub on the left side of the road, in a field. It was certainly not there the day before, or even that morning on my drive there. The kicker? I was watching the sidelines of the roads for animals, and I most certainly saw a buck. He was leaping out in the front of the road, a good 50 feet ahead. I slammed on my brakes, but when I got closer, it was merely a bush. Perhaps I was just paranoid, but this is all very concerning. In 1965, my grandfather was the sheriff of a small mining town that I'd rather not say by name, Middle America. Legend has it he, one of his deputies, and another detective were walking on the railroad tracks leading into town. They were investigating an apparent suicide that allegedly had taken place earlier that day. A transient had recently ran into a nearby shop to use the phone and report what he'd found. My grandfather had to leave Thanksgiving dinner to meet the detective at the railway. My grandma packed him a lunch full of Thanksgiving food before he said goodbye to my dad and the rest of the visiting relatives. Just after dusk, he'd reach the train station and be joined by the two men. The detective introduces himself as a member of the FBI. His name was James Montgomery. My grandfather asks why they're working a suicide this far out in their county. But his question was quickly dismissed, as James had questions of his own, all of them relating to the body. But neither my grandfather nor his deputy had been to the scene yet, so they all set off onto the tracks, looking for the body. It's not long before they come across their first sign of death, the man's head, presumably the furthest because it's rolled. They all stop to look at it. Back in those days, forensics wasn't what it is today. So they poked it around with a stick to turn it over, revealing the face of the unfortunate victim. But it looked like he'd been mauled. His nose had been torn off, and one of his cheeks partially separated from the jaw, broken in half right up the middle. The top of his head revealed more marks that seemed unusual from a suicide by train. The top of his skull was crushed straight down in a thick line of 3 or 4 individual teeth marks. James writes a couple of notes and directs everyone to keep going. Soon, they'd find an arm torn from the shoulder, a forearm crushed from a binding force. The deputy happens to shine his light by a tree, its base smeared with blood, a red trail up the tree into the branches. Following the trail up, they find what's left of the victim, laid in the branches above. Without warning, the deputy drops his flashlight and runs into the tree line, into the darkness, with a glazed look in his eyes. My grandfather yells his name, but it doesn't stop his pace. James tells my father to shut up, and as soon as he does, my grandfather knew why James had silenced him. Immediately, he can hear a low whistle. Focusing on the sound, its frequencies nauseating. Looking for the source, he points his flashlight even further up the bloody tree. From a higher branch, both James and my grandfather witness a large, dark creature standing above them, looking down. James pulls out some sort of tranquilizer gun and begins to fire rounds into the looming figure above. It lets out a scream and begins to leap through the trees, away from the train tracks. Speechless and in disbelief, my grandfather begins to pursue the monster, but James stops him. Then, James puts 2 rounds of tranquilizers into my grandfather's chest, leaving him to wake up near the tree line early the next morning. The body in the trees was gone, and he never saw James again. A search party would find the deputy, confused and lethargic, huddled and oblivious as to how he got there. The last thing he remembered was finding the arm. For months after, both he and my grandfather were monitored and spied on by unmarked white vans, wiretaps, and the occasional home visit from an FBI agent, always asking if there's been any headway on the suicide. The correct answer being that the case was closed already, no need to investigate it further. The deputy and my grandfather knew what they'd be risking if they'd chosen to press the issue. They played by the FBI's rules, and they never spoke a word outside of their immediate family. My grandfather retired in 1971. He and my grandmother would live out the rest of their lives in that small mining town. He attributes his harmonious later years to the choices he's made through the younger, and he doesn't regret his choice. Don't mess with the FBI, and don't walk the train tracks at night. Simple enough. I'm a 23-year-old woman from Canada. I won't give away exactly where I live, of course, but I'll try and describe the kind of area I live in. To start off, I'm self-employed and have to travel often to make a living. I've seen plenty of odd things, but this one still puts me on edge. When I was 21, I was traveling with my mom back home for an event called a powwow, where I sell crafted items that I make. If you're Aboriginal like me, then you know what I'm talking about. If not, then I highly recommend you look into them. To get home from the powwow, we have to go over a high mountain highway. This means that there's not very many towns, gas stations, or other forms of civilization, not until you reach the other side. We were close to the top of the mountain. I wasn't driving, but I was listening to music as most people my age do. I wasn't tired or wired on coffee like I normally am, and I don't do drugs or drink if I'm at a powwow, so overall, pretty alert and awake. As I was looking into space, my eye caught onto something in front of us on the side of the road, behind a tall fence meant to keep deer and moose off the highway. It was a white object, which was odd, and I honestly thought that someone must have lost a tarp off their truck or something. But as we were coming closer to it, I could see that it had legs, arms, and a head. I'm getting a bad chill up my spine just rethinking about it now. I felt my heart drop like a weight when I saw it raise its arms up to the top of the fence where its head would probably be about a foot or two above. So imagine how tall it would be compared to about a 6-foot fence, maybe more, meant for deer. It raised its arms and placed its hands on top of the fence, peering over it as if it was trying to understand how to get to the other side. I think I actually stopped breathing for a moment as we went driving past it. I didn't dare look away from it. It took me maybe a moment to barely sputter to my mom to go faster. She didn't understand at first why I was suddenly freaking out and barely speaking English. She probably thought I was having a mental breakdown, which wouldn't be too far from the truth. She almost pulled over. When I felt her braking and slowing down, I went into fight or flight mode, and I literally snapped back into reality, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Don't slow down, go." I probably continued to swear and nearly cry for another 15-20 minutes. As soon as we got to the next town, we stopped at the first gas station, where I had a panic and an asthma attack. I even realized I actually bruised my ear from ripping my headphones out of my ear so hard. Eventually, I told her why I screamed at her and why I'd freaked out so badly. It was tall, skinny, no hair far as I could see, unnaturally long arms and neck. It looked like it had small, dark eyes. I couldn't see if it had a mouth from that distance. It was probably shut, but imagine a naked, slender man with beady eyes. That's the closest way I can describe it. But Mom looked horrified from what I was describing to her. I'm not the kind of person to joke around with most things like that. I don't mess around with paranormal things, as I've witnessed some stuff that would horrify most people. We ended up stopping at a friend's house to stay the night, because we just couldn't drive the extra hour home after that. I didn't even sleep. I was too scared to, and I was worried that something would find me. All night, all I could do was think about a way to explain this to myself, like I was dreaming, or it was a tarp after all, or maybe I was just straight up going insane. The more I tried to think of a way to debunk it, the more I realized it was real. And that's horrifying, to think that something like that exists outside of video games and scary movies. Now I can't help but look down to the floor between my feet and break into a cold sweat whenever we pass that area. I won't even drive it myself. I don't know if it was a skinwalker, ghost, alien, but it felt like I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen. I still have the occasional nightmare from it, and I hate talking about it with my elders, friends, or family, because to be honest, I think I have a bit of PTSD from this encounter. But how could I explain it to a professional? I'm open to some advice to help me get my fear under control, or even a possible explanation on what that thing was. I think it could be helpful. I wouldn't consider myself a very spiritual person, but I have no explanation for what I encountered on my family's property, and was hoping that someone had an answer as to whether or not this was some kind of spirit or entity. My family has around 360 acres in northern Oklahoma. It's been in our family since the land rush. Growing up, the family would meet there for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but as the family expanded, it was quickly outgrown. Nowadays, I'm the only person that goes there, and I go or went there regularly to train with my firearms. I went there earlier this year, and I had an experience that shook me so badly that I haven't spoken about it until recently, and I'll never go back there alone. I arrived around 2 p.m. I set up my targets, but something felt off. I use an electric headset for hearing protection that also amplifies ambient noise, and I noticed that everything seemed to stop. No wind, no bugs, no birds, nothing. Just complete and total silence, which is very unusual for the area. I run my normal drills, and as the sun starts to set, things get stranger. Odd smells like dirty litter box and body odor, they start coming around, and I noticed that the coyotes were crossing the field west of me, almost as if they were intentionally avoiding entering the woods nearby. Then I started hearing interference coming over my headset, in what sounded like disembodied voices, speaking in an indiscernible language. Now I'm starting to worry. I start gathering my things and I hear what sounds like a woman's blood-curdling scream coming from the woods. Around the same time, I got what I can only describe as a nauseating, omnidirectional feeling of being watched, shortly followed by very distinct footsteps trudging through the foliage in the tree line, approximately 30 yards from my position. I've been an avid hunter since childhood and familiar with noises of the woods, and the cadence of the footsteps were indicative of a large, bipedal creature, oddly human-like. I pull my phone out to take a video. I start scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Standing behind a tree, at the edge of the tree line, was a tall black silhouette with spindly limbs and a pale face, looking directly at me. I managed to capture a great still image of it from the video that I'll try to find and attach. Well, I quickly grabbed my range bag and I made a run towards my truck. I got about 50 yards from the truck and the light post on our property that's hooked up to the county power. It's never been turned off in 20 years since I've been going there. Suddenly, it cuts off. Now, I'm blindly running in the direction I believe my truck is in while I hit the unlock button to find the lights. I get in my truck, speed off, and as I'm watching in the rear view, the light post turns back on. I apologize for the long post, but I'm finally ready to get this out in the open for interpretation. I tend to think of myself as a rational person that doesn't necessarily believe in the woo kind of stuff. Although my mother described me as being sensitive and somewhat gravitated towards energies as a child, I was doing everything I could to rationalize or come up with a reasonable explanation for the things I was experiencing, but I have no explanation. The kind of fear this experience put into me is unlike any kind of fear I've ever felt. I'm a 25-year-old male living in Utah, and I'm curious if there's anyone with an experience similar to my own. I'm pretty sure I saw a Wendigo or a skinwalker. I know it sounds crazy. I don't actually believe in monsters, and I'm fairly skeptical when it comes to the paranormal, but this happened when I was 17 and still in high school. Our house was in a small town, and our backyard was a vast stretch of empty fields and mountains separating us from the closest civilization. My best friend Jack lived next door, and we sort of shared this backyard space. His house was built on a different street, but the small cul-de-sac ended in this field. Later, it'll be relevant to know that his road was originally meant to have more houses, but they were never built. This meant that Jack's driveway was the only one in the cul-de-sac. At that age, I didn't have the best relationship with my parents, so I stayed at Jack's house a lot. A couple times a month, we would wake up to some weird gurgling and dragging sounds from the back porch. His room was in the basement, and the back porch could be seen through his window. But whenever we'd gather enough courage to check, nothing was there. This went on for years, but one night still haunts us to this day. It was around the time Jack was getting ready to move. We used to stay up all night playing games or watching movies, but on this night, we decided to drive around and listen to music. We hopped in his truck, switched on the high beams, and turned down the field as we drove onto the roundabout. That's when the lights illuminated this thing. It looked like a person, but it wasn't. It was naked, on all fours, abnormally large, particularly its limbs. They seemed to fold beneath the creature. Its pale skin was stretched tight over its frame, but the face is what still sends shivers down my spine. Its black eyes glistened as it stared at us, and its jaw hung open to reveal a gaping black maw, like a snake preparing to eat. Then, it suddenly began to scurry backwards into the brush, almost like a movie on rewind. My friend and I were pale as ghosts as we stared at each other in shock, disbelief. We tried to enjoy the rest of the night, but we couldn't believe what we saw. Instead, we stayed in his basement, guns ready, just in case we heard the gargling and dragging sounds again. But we never did. I'm sorry the end isn't more exciting, but it's the truth. I don't live in that town anymore, but sometimes I stop by for a visit. That empty field still feels like it's watching and waiting. Even though I can't see it, I still feel like it's out there. There's a cemetery right behind my apartment complex, so it's not uncommon to have experiences. I'm just not sure if this was a spirit or a cryptid, or if these experiences are even connected. A few nights ago, my friend and I were walking back from the store at 10:30. We both heard a little girl screaming things like, "Mommy," and "Help," just before seeing a man chase something into the woods. We called the police, but they wouldn't help. They only looked around a little before saying to call back if there was anything else. My friend and I kept hearing the cries, so we decided to search the woods ourselves. After a while, we went to the spot where we were when we first heard it, and it happened again. It was coming from the trails. Knowing it was a stupid idea, we went closer and saw what appeared to be a tall, skinny person, crouching. Its skin was gray and stretched thin across the bones. It looked up, but our lights weren't bright enough to see much. Then, there was a cracking sound, and I smelled the clay that you find by digging. We both felt sick and ran. But at the same time, the rain got really heavy, and the wind almost knocked me over. I'm on the heavier side, so that isn't easy to do. Ever since seeing it, my friend and I have been exhausted, almost like the energy was suddenly sucked out of us. Today, at around 6, it was already dark when I was walking back from the same store. As we passed the same spot where we saw the creature, I heard my best friend's voice. He lives 2 hours away, so it was a shocking thing to hear. He was yelling for me to wait, and I saw him standing there. But something wasn't right. He wears glasses, but this thing wasn't. It was also thinner and shorter, with brown eyes instead of blue. I later learned the friend I'd been walking with actually met me before I met him. He claims I approached him, warning that he shouldn't walk around alone because of creeps in the apartments. Then he gave me a description of the thing, and it looked like me, except it wore an ankle monitor, and its scars were in the wrong places. My friend was forced to stay on its left side, and it tried to lure him into the clearing behind the basketball court, a clearing I won't go near because I had a traumatic experience there. Apparently, this thing also asked for the boy who traumatized me and became angry when my friend didn't know the answer. For what it's worth, that kid moved away in 2017. I need help figuring out what I saw today. It's June 1st, 2022, and around 9:30 p.m., I went to my grandma's house in hopes of getting a jacket. She lives behind someone's house, and we know them pretty well, so I cut through their driveway. Using the alleyway is kinda weird since I'm still a kid. Grandma has a tree in front of her house, and the owner put a 2 to 3 foot tall wooden board against it. I heard a sound while walking and quickly turned on my phone's light, pointing it at the sound. Behind the board was a deer's head with white eyes and a human body. I live in a city, so deers aren't exactly common. I was frozen only for a moment before running to Grandma's house, terrified and pounding on her door. She wanted to know why I looked so frightened, and I told her it was because I saw something. Knowing I don't scare easily, she offered to walk me home, but as we went to leave, my dad ran in. He wanted to know where we were going, but he didn't know what to say when I relayed what happened. I've seen a lot, but nothing has ever scared me like this. I could really use your help. I live in Alaska, and we have a legend of creatures called the Kushtaka. They're half otter, half man things that can mimic voices and lure people to their doom, similar to Will-o'-the-Wisp. One day, my friend Sam was hunting with his father and brother. They'd been out for a while when he heard his father's voice calling him from behind. But he could see his father about 20 feet ahead. Sam hurried to catch up, asking if his father said anything, but he hadn't. He did, however, hear the same thing his son had. He told Sam to grab his brother and come right back, and that's what he did. Once they returned, their father said, "Listen very carefully. When I say go, I want you two to follow me as closely as you can. Ready? Go." They all began sprinting through the woods at a breakneck speed. Sam swore he could hear something chasing after them, but he never looked back. After a few minutes, his father pulled them into an alcove behind a fallen log. They waited there in complete silence as they saw something furry and wet run by their hiding spot, and it smelled like rotten fish. Once enough time passed without hearing anything, they left the hiding spot, and they saw something. They saw some odd-looking footprints, more animal than human, and Sam found a bit of hair stuck in the nearby branch. He showed me the fur, and it was extremely gross. It was green and slimy, and it only looked like hair until I touched it. Then it was obviously fur. Plus, Sam had never lied to me before. I have no doubt that he saw a Kushtaka. There's a men's Christian homeless shelter in my city. I was homeless in 2010, around the time they purchased and converted an old VFW bar. They were digging out the basement to make room for showers and dorms, but I think they woke something in the process. Or something was attracted to the homeless. I was in and out of the shelter a few times over the following years. Sometimes I'd wake up from an episode to see a shadow gliding across the floor and up a wall. When I stayed there last year, I felt that thing's energy, and I've never felt anything like it. This thing knew I could sense it too, and it hated that. One night, I was laying on my mat, and off to the left, I saw a head peeking around the doorway, when it suddenly flew at me before disappearing. I didn't know what to think. It all happened within a few seconds. I eventually fell asleep, and I had a sleep paralysis episode, but I managed to break free of it. I sat up to see an entity standing at the other end of the room. It wasn't a shadow. It was a very tall, gaunt, feminine entity. It had a weird-shaped head, with horns and a crown of obscenities stitched together by razor wire. Its eyes were hollow and black, while its mouth was small with sharp teeth. More razor wire was wrapped around its body, and several strands were wrapped around the homeless men. It looked at me, screamed, and vanished. I've never seen anything like it, and it's still there, growing stronger by feeding on the weak. Is it a succubus or something else? This thing definitely had feminine features. I wish I could draw it. An entity has been hanging around my room since I moved in 2020. It's not malevolent, it's actually quite kind. My friend Cass has felt it hug him, and he's overall comforted by the entity. An hour ago, Kaz and I drove to a secluded spot I'd been wanting to visit at night. It seemed like a good place to smoke. When we were talking about it, we started smelling cherries with a hint of cigar. When we made the last turn for our destination, there was a downed tree in the road. It didn't block the way completely, but the gap was too small for my car, so I turned around and used a back road instead. The back road was a small one lane that cut through a thick forest. There was no service and very few houses. We were talking along the way, and as we crossed the bridge, I pointed to a spot that I wanted to take him to next time. Just after I looked away, he saw something strange and asked if I saw it too. I assumed it was an animal, but I hadn't seen anything at all. Cass said it looked like something crossed the road, and we both felt an intense sense of dread. I stopped the car, took a moment, and was suddenly certain we weren't supposed to be there. I turned around, but the dread only grew more intense until we crossed the bridge. After that, it eased up a little, but it didn't go away entirely. I stated that whatever we sensed wasn't allowed to follow us home, and it wasn't allowed on my property. The feeling finally started to disappear then, but we kept seeing shadows along the side of the road. As I drove along, a white truck zoomed up to the stop sign on the side of the road and pulled out directly behind us. This didn't concern me until I saw it tailing the hell out of us in the rear view. I alerted Cass, and he said that the truck gave him a bad feeling. When we got to the stop sign at the highway, I didn't use a blinker, but the truck did, and it was going the same way. After making the turn, I waited a few seconds before looking back, and it was gone. It had disappeared into thin air. The drive home was silent. Cass waited until we got back to talk about what happened. I was telling the story to a friend on Discord and asked Cass to describe what he saw, if it walked on 2 legs or 4, but he said it didn't have any legs. It was brown, and it just looked like a singular head crossing the road. It was taller than my closet door, but he didn't know what its body looked like. I asked if it could have been a bat, but he swears it couldn't have been. During the drive home, we both noted that it felt like there was a hand on each of our shoulders. He pointed out the log in the road, that it could have been a sign not to go, along with the friendly entity appearing in my room beforehand. I think this was a Wendigo. When I was around 11, I got very into fairies, but more in a witchy way, I guess you could say. I realize that's kind of odd for a kid to be into things like this, but you gotta know I was very imaginative, somewhat of a lonely kid. I've always loved fairies. My mom got me a book on them. It included fairy language, a list of gifts to offer fairies should you wish to interact with them. Of course, I wanted to contact them. What little girl wouldn't? For about a month, I wandered out to the backwoods of my house by a river because, according to the book, fairies like to hang out around water. I would leave little written notes in their supposed language, along with little gifts and offerings. I'd make them little leaf baskets, leave them candy or flowers, things like that. I even recited a chant. Yeah, I know. I think part of me knew it was silly, that I'd probably never get results, but damn if I wasn't determined. So I kept on. At one point, my gifts and notes started disappearing from the bench I left them on. I figured it was the wind or birds taking it, but a small part of me hoped it was something else. A month of this nonsense, and I was getting very discouraged. I decided to leave a few more gifts for them. This time, I weighed them down with small rocks so they couldn't just blow away, and I'd know for sure. A day went by. My gifts were still there. Another day, same thing. Then, on the third day of checking, I found the gifts gone, but the rocks still there. Only the rocks were moved around. I don't remember how soon after that this happened, but eventually I got what I wanted. I wandered out into the woods, and I saw by the river 2 monarch butterflies. They were very large. I wanted to see them up close. However, one landed on a branch close to the path where I was standing, and I noticed this butterfly had limbs. Tiny, thin, pale limbs. Hands, feet. I stopped dead in my tracks, looked hard to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. It was broad daylight, and I could see very clearly. It wasn't a butterfly. It was a fairy. She had long, thin brown hair that went past her feet, a blue dress that looked like a small scrap of fabric. But what terrified me above all else was her face. Her eyes were giant, black, bug-like alien eyes. But she definitely had a face, and she definitely saw me. I didn't even try to look at the other one because I ran. I was so scared that I bolted home and locked the door. After freaking out and keeping an eye on my backyard, the backwoods, through the window, I went back. No surprise, they were gone, and I never saw them again, despite me trying over and over again. My gifts were never taken again. I felt sad and stupid because I felt like I ruined my chance to have fairy friends. But knowing what I know now, it was probably a blessing they left me alone. What do you guys think? Has anyone else seen a fairy, and did they look like this? I just need to find someone else who's seen what I've seen. I went to the library and looked at every book on butterflies I could find, Googled. I couldn't find a butterfly matching any description that looked like what I saw. It's something I'll never, ever forget. I remember her so clearly, I could draw her. This happened like 15 years ago. It was school holidays, and my friend, who we'll call Sarah, and I were extremely bored and just wanted to chill. This was summertime. We lived in a small town called New Braunfels in Texas. Everything's kinda spread out. Anyway, it was around midnight and we didn't know where to go, so we just decided to go to the park. It's a little big. We were there for around an hour or so, nothing unusual, until we both saw someone or something crouched on a table. First off, a little weird someone else being in the same park at this time, but what's creepy as fuck is that this person was crouching on top of the fucking table. He wasn't even sitting on the bench. What really fucked me up, because I didn't look away, I kept looking closer. I noticed that there were wings. The body was completely human, but had fucking wings. The part that I'll never forget
All of a sudden, the most blood-curdling scream, like a woman being stabbed to death. But while sounding like a woman, it also sounded unhuman at the same time, like a scream that a normal person doesn't do, but a scream animals can't even make. Almost like those screams in a movie that a demon or something makes. Then it just stands up, and this fucker has to be about 8 feet tall, minimum. We both ran as fast as we could. Have you ever run to your lungs' max capacity? I ran until I had no air left in my lungs, and then I kept running until I had to slow down because I was coughing so much. We knocked on people's doors and kept getting threatened that they have guns and they'll shoot if we don't leave. We were literally locked outside with this thing. I kept looking into the sky because this thing reminded me of that movie, Jeepers Creepers. After about 20 minutes, the police show up and of course think that we're on drugs. But they wanted to let us go. I walked the rest of the way. I just lived a few blocks away. The police drove my friend home. There were 2 cops, a white cop and a Hispanic. When the Hispanic cop heard the story, he pretended like it was just made up. But the look on his face, it told me that he knows something about this thing, something his partner didn't know. I have PTSD now. I hate going outside alone at night, especially near parks or the woods. Weird people don't really scare cops. Animals don't really scare them. But you know, it felt like something much worse, having a cop lie. Not being able to keep a straight face because of fear. Like I said, it's a story that happened and I remember clear as day, but a story that nobody believes. When you think of a ghost dog, some may think lost, innocent spirit, and others may think demonic. In my case, I'm not really sure how I feel about what I saw. It all began in 2017. I had a friend over. We'd been playing Minecraft on PlayStation 3. We played for hours on end, having the time of our lives. Everything was going well. Until my grandpa came storming out of his room, demanding we go to sleep. My friend, being completely terrified of my grandpa, went to sleep immediately. I, on the other hand, decided to see if I could stay up all night. Note, we were sleeping on our L-shaped couch together. She was on one side and I was on the other. Hours passed. I was still lying awake with no phone, only a crappy dinosaur watch from Checkers. I couldn't tell the time even though I was 11 and everyone else in my class could. I just sort of figured that it was about 3 because the hands were on the 3. I stopped staring at the roof and I looked over to the mini lounge next to the couch. In the lounge were 2 pink velvet couches, one of which, to my disbelief, a dog appeared to be standing on top of. It wasn't a normal dog, though. It was a skeleton of a dog. Quite a big dog. It was staring forward into the mirror across the room. Its eyes were red and body emitting a black smoke. In that moment, I didn't feel any fear, more a sense of curiosity and calmness. I wasn't afraid whatsoever, and I just stared. I thought I was asleep, but I was awake, and it was really happening. I just lay there, staring at this demonic-looking dog. No sound. The objects in the surrounding area were displayed in faint colors, accompanied by fuzz and sprinkles of gray. This dog disappeared after a few blinks. In the morning, my friend had realized she'd peed the bed. She'd never done anything like that before. It could have just been a coincidence, but I don't think so. To this day, everyone has put this up to my imagination, but I know it was real. In the summer of 2017, around 10 p.m., I was in the kitchen watching YouTube videos on my phone when I decided it was time to go to sleep. So I go to turn off the light to the kitchen, and as I'm walking past one of the kitchen windows that leads to the backyard, I notice someone. At first, I had this gut feeling that told me to look to my peripheral vision. And I look out the kitchen window, and I see a black figure walking across my backyard. At this point, I'm frozen with fear, and I see this thing walking across my yard with its bright, glowing eyes, and I assume it noticed me since its head is tilted in my direction, and it suddenly vanished. The figure was completely black, and its body looked like it was made out of fog, almost like a black thundercloud, and its only facial textures were these glowing white eyes. Also, its outline of its body, it had a thin spectrum of colors, similar to the colors of a soap bubble when you look into it, or the rainbow color of oil when it's dropped onto the floor. I have no idea what to even call this thing, but it was scary to experience. Does anyone else have a clue what this thing was?
Let me start off by saying my husband is Native, and this happened about 6 years before I met him. My ex-husband was stationed in San Diego, and I flew out there to visit him. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to stay with him on base for whatever reason. Don't ask me, because I don't even know myself. Also, I should add that I had just given birth about 3 months before this, and I had my son with me. Anyway, I found a hotel that wasn't far from base and close to food and whatnot. I went out to get some food, walked back to the hotel since it wasn't far. Unfortunately for me, my horrible sense of direction got me lost. I ended up near a wooded area, but there was a highway also nearby. It was getting close to sunset. I started seeing sets of shining eyes. I thought that they were just coyotes. I'm not afraid of much. After about 20 minutes, one set of shining eyes got closer, and I saw that it was a coyote. I watched Steve Irwin as a teenager and remembered that if you make yourself appear bigger and louder than you actually are, they'll usually just run off. So I started clapping my hands and shouting. This one, however, it didn't. It stood up and started walking like a person. I've never run away from something so fast. It never followed me, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out what it was. It wasn't until I met my current husband that I found out what it was, and the look on his face when I told him this story. He went pale. He never said anything, he just kinda nodded like he understood. Maybe it knew that I was still semi-healing from having recently given birth, or it saw my son in the stroller that I was pushing, just wanted to scare me. Either way, I don't know. I just know it succeeded in scaring me. This isn't really a question. It's more or less me telling the story of how I saw a skinwalker and didn't even know what it was at the time. My name is Joseph, and I have an encounter that's puzzled me and my best friend for years. When I was in my early teens, around 14 or 15, me and my buddy used to play in the woods behind what used to be my great-grandmother's old house. The woods had a little gully or gulch that we used to jump using our bikes, and a few kudzu vines that grew thick enough to swing on. Well, one June afternoon, right around 1:45, we were back there playing when we heard something running towards us. Too slow to be an animal, or at least one in the area that we lived in North Carolina, but way too fast to be human. We bolted out of the woods as fast as we could. The weird part is that nothing chased us farther than the edge of my old great-grandma's driveway. Being the stupid kids we were, we kept going back to see if we could catch whatever it was and see what it was. One night we decided to go around midnight to see if the reason we were not catching this thing was because it was daytime, despite our terrifying encounter during the day. We gave each other a 20-minute leeway in case the other wasn't in the agreed-upon spot at midnight. Sure enough, my buddy, who we'll call Q, was late, so I did what we agreed, which, looking back now, was an idiotic idea. I yelled out his name a few times. Well, shortly after the 5th time of calling out Q's name, I heard what sounded like his voice, but not quite him. It yelled out for help. When I looked where the sound sounded like it was coming from, I saw something that was 5 feet tall, while on all fours, standing at the end of the street, staring straight at me. I took off running, hid under a parked moving truck for what felt like forever. The last I saw of the creature, it ran off into the woods by my great-grandma's old house. The only reason I know I didn't imagine it is after I bolted into my house. Evidently after that, my buddy came outside, and the exact same thing happened to him. He told me the exact same description of the thing before I could even mention it to him. To this day, we're in our mid-20s now. We've never entered those woods again. Vowed to never set foot in them again until we know what it is and if we can kill it. This happened 10 years ago, when I was 18, still living with my parents and siblings, but I remember it vividly. We lived in a small Canadian town near the Rocky Mountains, and my friend was also living with us at the time. Back then, my family was part of a cult. We didn't know that that's what it was yet, but it's relevant to the story. It was 11:30 on a clear summer night. My friend and I were told that we had to go live with the leaders of the cult. The leader's house was across the back alleyway, and a few houses down from my parents. We didn't want to live with them, so we spent as much time as possible at my parents' house and only returned to the cult late at night. On this particular night, we left my parents' house and my mom locked the door, turned off the lights, and went to bed. There's no fence around our backyard, so we walked straight to the alleyway and immediately heard the garbage cans behind us being knocked around. Like a clumsy person bumped into them. I assumed we startled a bear while it was digging through someone's trash. We're used to having lots of wildlife in the area. I panicked while I tried to decide if we should go back to bang on my parents' locked door, or if we should run for the always unlocked cult house. My friend started repeating my name and grabbing my arm while looking at the garbage cans. Then she suddenly screamed, and I looked back too. There was no bear digging through the trash, only a huge flying thing. It swooped over our heads and shot up to about 15 feet. Now, we were both screaming, and here's the kicker. It flew straight by the cult house before flying out of sight. When it turned, we had a clear view in the streetlights. I just can't fathom it being anything other than paranormal. It was inky black, with a wingspan of roughly 9 feet long. I've never seen a darker black before, or since. No distinguishable features, no feathers, head, eyes, beak, or legs, nothing. The best description I can think of is a huge stingray, minus the tail, but with much bigger wings. My friend described it as a shadow of a large flying creature, but way more solid, It flew beautifully and smoothly, without making a sound. The way it effortlessly maneuvered its large size between the two houses was impressive, but it was also terrifying. The experience left us shocked and frightened. We stood there for a short time, watching to see if it returned, but it never did. Eventually, we composed ourselves and went to the cult house. There were actually 2 leaders, a man and a woman. We immediately told the woman everything. When we finished, she stared at us with a strange look on her face and simply said, "Where there is great light, there will be great darkness." Then she walked away. My friend and I stayed up for hours, watching out the front window, wondering if we would see it. Thankfully, we never saw it again. I've tried to find the creature on Google, but I've never found anything remotely similar. Does anyone here know what it might be? I've done my best to sort these events chronologically. They took place when I was between the ages of 14 and 20. I'm currently 22. Until 2 years ago, I lived in a Polish village called Mojca. It's less than a kilometer away from the city of Kielce. Also, my friend Jacob witnessed several of these situations. The forest itself was huge, but that's typical for Poland. Jacob and I often spent our free time there. We loved to explore it. We built a small bridge over the stream so that we didn't have to go around or through it. A few days later, we were returning home when a stone almost hit me in the head. It looked like it came from a tree. We were still deep in the woods, so it's unlikely a person threw it. We joked about it even though it was technically a dangerous situation, but otherwise, we ignored it. At harvest time, we liked to jump over the hay bales that were tucked back in the forest. That way the farmers didn't see us. Once, when it was already getting dark, we saw a black figure behind a small stream. We watched it for a while, but we weren't concerned about it yet. We even joked that it might have been what threw the stone back then. Not long after this, we saw the figure 2 more times in the same areas. We found something like rabbit holes in a deeper part of the forest, but they were way too big. Nearby, we found a suitcase with strange things inside, and that was the last time Jacob went into the forest. I enjoyed running through the woods, especially in the evenings. I came across a phenomenon that I can only describe as earth breathing. In a certain area, the ground regularly rose and fell, like someone taking a deep breath. This is where things get really weird. I started running my usual route, but I ended up turning back when I heard a deep, unnatural growl from the bushes. Over the years, I've heard wolves and foxes, but they sound so much different. There didn't seem to be anything in the bushes, but I didn't want to tempt fate. Last, and probably the strangest thing of all, happened when I'm an adult. It was one of the few times I went into the forest after dark. I don't remember why I was there. I was walking a long trail when I heard a church choir singing in what sounded like Latin. It wasn't very far away, but it was coming from a denser part of the forest. Once I turned back, I didn't hear anything anymore. Years later, Jacob and I came to the conclusion that there were probably black masses or some kind of cult out there. We would often see suspicious cars hanging around. I'm not a big believer myself, but who knows? Okay, so we have this road that leads from our town to the highway that has a McDonald's on it. So we have to go all the way out to the highway when the kids want McDonald's. One evening, we'd gone to go get food and we're coming back on the same 2-lane highway. and it had just gotten to where you needed headlights on. We were about a mile down, a truck was coming towards us, and we slowed down because my husband and I saw something. And it's weird to try and explain, but it was like the size of a wolf, but whatever it was, it reminded me of the thing off The Predator when he went invisible. We could see it, but it also looked like the road and part of the grass. I slowed down and was looking at it, trying to figure out what was going on, and it turned its head towards us. At least we assumed, because we could see this almost invisible cloak thing shift. The truck coming towards us saw it also, because it slowed down, and when they did, the predator wolf thing shot across, and it looked nuts. Just like when the predator moved in the movies, how you could see it, but you couldn't. I looked up and I watched the driver of the truck watch it, and he kind of shot up in his seat, and both of our heads shot to the side when it shot off. We all just sat there. We slowly pulled towards each other. I was hesitant to even roll my window down at that point, but I thought, well, it's got to go through his truck to get to us first, so... The driver of the truck said, "What in the hell was that? Did you see it trying to hide what it really looked like by trying to blend in?" That's when I knew it really did have a cloak-looking thing going on. We agreed on everything and drove on. The whole time I was watching mirrors and windows, waiting for it to attack since we had seen it. We made it home and wouldn't go back out that way for a good year. We've talked about it around here before, and a few others have described the same thing before I even mentioned the predator cloak thing. What could it be? This is Native American land, and my dad's tribe is the one whose land it is, but I've asked a few elders, and they always say not to ask about things, or they'll hear you talking about them and pay you a visit. It's kind of like them saying not to whistle at night, or to eat in the dark, and not to leave hair in your hairbrush. It's just the way we were raised, but I need to know what it was. I don't even know where to begin with this story. It all just seems too surreal for me and my 3 friends. Since this incident happened 4 years ago, no one's really spoken about it. In fact, what happened on the island of Hawaii actually is the one incident that almost broke our friendship. My name is Tom. I'm 25 years old and I love the outdoors. In fact, I love the outdoors so much I started a club in high school called the Outdoor Grizzlies. It was a very small group of us who would set up different hiking trips to go on. We had hiked all the way from the beautiful Sleeping Giant State Park trails of Connecticut to Julia Pfeiffer Burns State Park in California, which has a fantastic 80-foot waterfall. In this group of my fellow friends are my best friend since middle school, Jake, my good friend who I met freshman year of high school, Jennifer, and lastly but not least, Jake's girlfriend since high school, Christine. We were inseparable, and we went on all of our hiking trips together in high school. We held fundraisers with permission from the school. I believe the school saw how much we loved nature so much that we would make a career out of it, so they gladly allowed us to take it a step further, with permission from our parents, of course. We were all in shape for the most part, which is part of the reason why we also loved doing what we did. It freed our minds, gave us clarity, took away our anxiety. Often you hear or have experienced yourself being a teenager riddled with anxiety and depression, walking an uphill of uncertainty. But that wasn't us. We even had a few of our teachers going hiking locally, and they told us how inspired they were, how it helped them with their anxiety and stress as well. After we graduated from high school, things sort of died down with the club. We all kept in touch, but as what happens to most people after high school, life. The only one I really kept in touch with was my best friend Jake. He was still with Christine, but her and I barely spoke because hiking just wasn't in our blood anymore. Jennifer did her own thing and was seeing this college jock named Robert. So we, with the exception of Jake, just drifted. A few years had passed, and one evening in May, I decided it was nice enough to throw a bonfire. Just a few friends. Christine didn't really want to hang around just people she didn't know, so she brought up the idea to invite Jennifer. And through the powers of social media, I made it happen, and Jennifer was actually very happy. She talked about how life had gotten in the way, and that her and Robert had broken up, so the bonfire was just what she needed, so she could play catch-up with all of us, like old times. She told me her number was still the same, and I called her to confirm. And that went easier than I thought. Suddenly, I was filled with happiness and excitement, just like old times. The laughter, the jokes. This was something I wish I'd done sooner. We had the bonfire. It went off without a hitch. It was approximately 1:30 a.m. It was just us after everyone else left. Myself, Jake, Jennifer, and Christine. It was perfect. The cool breeze embraced my neck. The fire kissed my nose, leaving me with goosebumps. Jake mentioned how peaceful and nostalgic this was as he downed the tail end of his beer. The energy around our group was just nice. Jennifer mentioned how I once slipped on the wet rock trying to run away from an unusual bug, which was named the bug incident. We all laughed, and Jake said, if only we could relive those days and go back. Christine looked at Jennifer and said, what if we can relive those days, but we don't have to go back to relive them? Christine jolted up from her relaxed state. They both gave each other this look like they telepathically knew what they were talking about, and they both squealed. Jake and I smirked because we knew what was coming next. And without boring you with more details than I already have, basically we planned a trip. We picked a place exotic, different. We all voted on Hawaii. We always wanted to go there, but could never raise that much money to go, given that it was so expensive for a bunch of high schoolers at the time. So we formed a plan. Jake's aunt was a flight attendant. I had a rainy day fund with a generous amount of money. Jennifer saved money for a trip that she was going to take on her own, and Christine had a decent YouTube following for makeup, so she was sure she could crowdfund. After 3 weeks, we combined our finances and were able to afford the trip. We were going to stay around the Honolulu area because there was a very well-known hiking place there with beautiful waterfalls. When we arrived at our destination, boy, were we excited. We decided that we would be tourists for the first 3 days, and the last 3 days we'd spend hiking around the area. We'd use the 7th day for getting ready to leave. We wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to camp out in the area. When the time came, we felt like we were ready. We had all done it before, camping while hiking, and were very well versed in general in both. So we had experience, and we felt like we could take this on. We made our way deeper and deeper into the forest. We saw people along the way. A couple of tourists that we spoke to, a few friendly locals, and then we began to notice how much more isolated it became. Christine had said that we seemed far away, that we didn't have any signal on our phones anymore. She bought a compass and a map, so she said we should just find a place around the area we were in. We all agreed. We found a beautiful place. It was like it was waiting for us. It was on a cliffside, looking over almost the entire island. We didn't realize how far up we'd hiked, but it was relatively safe. There was a fence made of bamboo, so you really couldn't fall unless you purposely threw yourself over the fence. But even then, there was a big enough rock protruding out, so you couldn't fall too far and die, basically. It really was the most magnificent view I'd ever seen. We set up one of the tents, and then we had set up some lanterns around, and we made a fire to keep away the insects. Jennifer decided to go with Christine to explore around while Jake and I were setting up. Eventually, Christine yelled, "Hey!" Then we heard her clearing some brush, and she said, "Stairs?" I thought she was just imagining it or joking, and she said, "No, guys, come on, look." They looked pretty worn, but they led to that piece of the rock at the bottom. To put it into better perspective for you, the reader, picture Pride Rock from The Lion King. We were standing on that flat piece, and then imagine another flat piece on the bottom of that, but with stairs that wrapped around to let you get to the bottom. Jennifer was against going down the worn steps because she was afraid someone might get hurt. But we had to know what the stairs led to. What if it was a treasure, an artifact? Jake and I decided to go, and the girls could stay. The stairs in the beginning were made of stone and were worn, but once we got to the middle of the steps, it wasn't as bad. We finally got down and saw that it was a piece of the rock that we were standing on, like on the upper level, minus the forest. It was like a cave. We'd made our way into the cave, and we could hear our footsteps crushing broken coconut shells and sand grit. Jake took his flashlight and lit up the inside. We were amazed. There seemed to be drawings on the walls and what looked like a burial site. It looked disturbed, but the drawings are what made us intrigued. I lit my flashlight and I pointed it to the wall. We were able to make out bodies and very tiny heads. We carefully swept the debris from the wall. We needed more light to understand the carvings, so we called the girls and reluctantly they came. We asked them to point their flashlights at the wall, and then we all did the same at the same time, and they were just as amazed. We took photos and we said at the end of our trip, we'll let the information desk know about this place. Maybe we discovered something that no one else has ever seen. Christine said, "Wait a minute. It seems like these carvings tell a sequence of events from right to left." As we looked at these carvings, we saw what looked like a figure pushing someone off a ledge. We immediately got the chills and collectively decided to head back. Jake broke the silence and said, "Remember, this was thousands of years ago. It was just a part of history." Jennifer replied, "Yeah, but it's just as creepy." We all agreed, though, if it were to rain, we'd seek refuge in the cave. We decided to go look around, not too far from the campsite, but just explore. We were all inspired since we stumbled across that carving on the wall. Maybe we could find something else. We were about 15 minutes into our walk when we realized the sun was beginning to set. Christine brought up the fact that we should probably head back. We don't want to get caught out in the dark. It would make things harder for us. We all decided to head back. As we were heading back, we heard rustling and sticks breaking. Christine grabbed Jake, and Jennifer locked her arm with mine. Jake looked at me in bewilderment and said, "An animal?" And I said, "No. Whatever it is has a heavy foot. Familiar footing." Jake had a military-grade knife, and he had his hand on it. Jennifer had her mace. The branches were sounding louder and louder. We froze. We braced ourselves on the defense, just in case. Suddenly, the big leaves parted, and a man who looked like a native Hawaiian, had a straw hat and one of those touristy-looking Hawaiian shirts. He emerged from the bushes. He said in a stern voice, "Why are you in these parts?" We explained that we were hikers from the mainland, and that we have a campsite not too far from here, on a rock. We also mentioned the strange markings we saw on the cave walls. After we'd said that, his eyes widened, and we all agreed that it felt like they pierced our souls. And he said,
"I'm going to give you advice from one human being to another."
We just stood there, wide-eyed, with nothing to say, listening intently, waiting for what he would tell us. He said,
"You should not sleep there. You should pack up your things and leave. Many bad things happened in this area for millennia since the Golden Age has been broken. A curse that's been cast on this sacred land, and it would be foolish for you to stay here."
Jennifer said with a knot in her throat, "Why?" The man said, "The night marchers. Poe approaches. Get somewhere safe. And whatever you do, don't look him in the eye." And then he took off. We all looked at one another, and Jake said, "Did we really come all this way to leave?" We decided it's only going to be one night, and dusk was already approaching. As soon as the morning comes, we'll pack up and leave. We just won't touch anything. So we made our way back to the campsite. When we finally got back, Jennifer remembered she'd brought a pot and 2 cans of clam chowder. So we relit the fire, put the pot over the fire, and heated up our food. We enjoyed a decent dinner. It was one of the best nights we had hiking since our high school days. Christine looked at her watch and noticed it was 12:45 a.m. I'll never forget that time, because it was the start of the night from hell. We decided to get ourselves ready to sleep. 2 people could fit in one tent. Since it was beautiful outside, and Jennifer and I admired the stars, we decided to lay out and fall asleep under the stars. I remember thinking to myself, I only see skies like this on the wallpaper for my computer. It was just so magical. I dozed off. I remember waking up to use the bathroom. Of course, there really was no bathroom, so I decided to go into the woods. I remember it was silent. No animals making noise, no insects, nothing. It was eerily quiet outside. It was like time stopped. I quietly walked behind the tent and into some bushes to release. And then I heard a horn. I'm not sure that that's what it was, but it sounded like a horn. I just passed it off as me hallucinating. I headed back to sleep. As I was drifting back off, suddenly I heard what sounded like a drum. My finger tapped the ground with each beat of the drum. It began to get louder and louder. Jake woke up and peeked outside the tent, and he looked at me and said, "How do you have service up here to watch a movie?" Turn it down, man. I said, Jake, that's not me. Now, if you knew Jake, you'd know that he only uses my full name when he's really serious with me. And he said, Thomas, stop joking and go to bed. You know we have to get up early and leave. He rubbed his eyes and looked at his Apple Watch. And then, just as suddenly as all the others, a horn noise went off again, and it was even louder. Jennifer sat up and said, Okay, the prank isn't funny, not cool. Immediately, it sounded louder, and the drum was getting closer and closer. Christine was fast asleep in the tent. Just when we thought we were cornered, it went silent. All you could hear were our own heartbeats. We were frozen, looking at one another. I gave Jake a look like we had a plan, and we nodded at one another like we knew what to do. Jake slowly went back into the tent, and you could hear him whisper, Christine, Christine, followed by a soft, Yeah? Is it time to get up? I looked at Jennifer, and she was in what seemed like a daze. I motioned to her to grab her bag, but she wasn't moving. She looked like she was moving her mouth, but nothing was coming out. I broke out of my fright, and I went up to her and I said, What's wrong? We have to go. She lifted her shaking arm and half pointed behind me, and I grabbed her arm and said, What? In an angry whisper. And she said, Behind. My breath shook, and I slowly turned. Behind me, I can hear Jake getting things together in the tent, and as I turned around, this was the part that scared me to my core. My fight or flight kicked in, and I barely remember anything else. I saw a tall man, at least 6 feet tall, with a machete. But that's not what scared me. It was his head. It was very small. He had what looked like a coconut shell for armor, with eyes cut out for holes, and a small hole for the mouth. His body looked normal, but his head, the size of a coconut. Jennifer screamed. Christine and Jake came out and froze in fear. I immediately pushed Jennifer away from looking at this monster, this thing. She snapped out of it, got up, grabbed me, and ran. Jake and Christine followed. We didn't know where we were going or which direction. We just ran. We left everything. We heard footsteps, branches breaking, as if there were like 10 of them following, just cutting down the branches like nothing. I don't know how we got through the forest, but Christine noticed a strong river of water, and we figured we could lose them if we crossed it. We all jumped in, started making our way through, but it just kept getting deeper. Before we knew it, the river overpowered us. As it carried us, I looked back and I saw 5 of those beings with various weapons in their hands. They stopped following us. They just stared at us. I kept looking, and I'll never forget seeing these people. Being of average height, with small heads. I don't know, but I passed out. I woke up to the sun on my face, and Christine hitting my face. She'd had a gash on her head, and Jake and the rest of us, we all had scratches and bruises all over our bodies. Before we could even talk, we heard a helicopter over us. They came and airlifted all of us to the island nursing triage to get us checked out. I asked the guy, How did you find us? He said that an individual's Apple Watch sent them coordinates at 4:55 a.m. They'd been looking for us for about 4 hours because it wasn't easy to get to where we were. Christine just cried and Jennifer hugged her. Jake and I looked at one another. The guy added that we shouldn't have been where we were and that we were way off the path. Local authorities came to speak to us and ask us what happened. I told them everything, from the drawings to the strange men with small heads. Officers went on to explain that that's just folklore. But then he continues, saying that people get so frightened of the night marchers that they end their life because their minds can't take what they've seen. He goes on to say that they've only had 2 instances of documented suicides. One was a 19-year-old girl who jumped off the rock cliff we were camping at. And the other person, they called off the search because authorities refuse to search when night approaches. The area was closed off to the public when they found 4 headless bodies in the 1980s. And the perpetrator was never found. He continued that we must have been way off the trail to be by that rock area because it's completely closed off. They seemed really puzzled how we even got there to begin with. As I had chills run down my spine, I wondered, did we actually go into the river to escape, or did we try to end our lives? And what was under the coconut shell? Was there even a head at all? But how could they breathe or see? I asked the officer taking our statement, do the night marchers have heads? And he said, according to folklore, since you're alive to tell the tale, they didn't remove their coconut shell. But had you died and jumped off the cliff, you, like the young girl who did, would have known the answer for yourself. We decided to take a very long break from hiking or camping. Instead, we would just meet at the bar. And though I can't help but wonder what a head the size of a coconut looks like, no one really wants to talk about it. So I grew up in the woods, and I've got many stories about strange goings-on. But this one happened a few weeks ago. I just found this sub, and it seemed like a good place to share this. I had just left my mother's house and was driving back to mine, down a back road I've driven down many times before. I knew this road like the back of my hand. I could drive it with my eyes closed in reverse. No, I hadn't actually done that, but as I was getting to the halfway point down this road, there was a thick fog, which is nothing new, as there's fog on this road all the time. However, I was driving slowly, and I started to take turns that I don't remember. There was a 90-degree right that should have been a left, followed by a wide left turn that felt like a full circle. Then I drove straight for about 5 minutes with no hills or drops, and that road has never had a flat section that long. There was then a left turn up a hill. As I was going up, all the hair stood up on my body. I almost turned around, but I decided to keep going because I don't know why. This is when I pulled my gun out of my glove box and I had it on my lap. When I looked back to the road, some dude was just crouched in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes and he didn't even flinch. I figured that it was just some dude going frog hunting or some shit. A lot of people do that on this road. I honked my horn, and the guy stood up. He was massive, like at least 7.5 feet tall, thin as a mother, and his arms were just too long. It looked like he didn't have any clothes on either. I laid on the horn again and clicked off the safety on my pistol, just in case. He turned his head what seemed like almost a full 180, and his eyes had that predator glow, like a wolf or a cat. I raised my gun and leaned out the window, telling him to get lost. He took a few steps towards me, and I know this is stupid, but I tried to pull the trigger, and my gun just didn't fire. Hammer clicked and no boom. I whipped the car around faster than I'd ever done before. I then just flew down the road at least 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. About 30 seconds after I turned around, I realized that I recognized all of the turns and hills. I was driving down the road like I'd never taken the first right. I went back during the day, and I still don't know where I took a wrong turn. There's no side streets down that road that are paved, and certainly no straightaway as long as the one I drove. I went to the range a day or two later. I put the same round in the chamber, and it fired no problem. I have no idea what happened. I also don't drive that way at night anymore. Please tell me that someone knows what I saw. None of my friends believe me, not even my mother. I know I'm not crazy. I know this happened. I'll give any extra details you need. Just please tell me what happened. This is really fucking with me. Didn't know this was a thing, but was told to post this here. I saw this tall, pale, skinny, really big, dark-eyed thing peeking out of my backyard fence, looking at me. My one half of me says that it's probably some crackhead looking to see what he can score in my backyard, and the other doesn't know what the fuck it is. I was throwing away something, and in my peripheral vision, it caught my eye. I thought to myself, it was a shadow, so I went and threw the garbage out, and on my way back, I straight on exchanged eye contact for a good minute. From where I was standing to the fence, brick wall about 6'5", it was about a good 100 feet away. I was standing in front of the backyard motion light, which was on, and it gave me a good look at the thing, but still kinda dark. I was sort of scared but angry because who would be looking over my yard at 9:40 p.m.? I'm tall myself, 6'2". Over the wall there's nothing but a really large area to run around and big antenna towers. No house, just empty space. Anyway, if I go to the other side and try to look over, you either have to jump and hang on or put something under your feet to look over. But the way this thing was, like, hunched over, half of its eyes pitch black, somehow made the darkness around it not that dark. It's just looking over, and its damn pale, skinny hands just grappling onto the wall. Imagine if you were to try to hide behind something short and you're hunched over, but you still want to look over. And that's how it felt. This happened for a good minute, just staring at each other. I'm not really a firm believer in weird shit, but I knew someone else had to look at it to see that I wasn't going crazy. I quickly walked inside, grabbed my pops, and said to look at the corner of the yard, because there's someone overlooking us. We both ran outside again, but it was gone. This all happened in about 15 seconds. So I quickly ran to the corner and pointed my iPhone flashlight to see if I could catch a glimpse of this thing. But it was gone. There's no trees or bushes where it could have hid, since it's pretty much an open area where you can run and do outside activities, but it's a really large area. I'd figured between my phone's flashlight, the moonlight, which was shining a good amount, desert area, that I could catch it in time. But no. To this day, right hand on the Bible, I know what I saw. It was like I caught it stalking me or sizing me up. Just for me to feel sane, I'll just say that it was some junkie looking to see what he could score. But where I live, we don't have people like that. If anyone reads this, what are your thoughts? You think I'm just hallucinating or going crazy?